T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
I wish you could swim. Good morning, you filthy animals. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw the hedgies! Good morning. Good morning. I saw a lot of you guys in the chat room. I wanted to say hi. Every single one of the names that I recognized when I was on Tony's show last night with the roundtable open mic. I wanted to say hi to every single one of you. That's really the first collab that I've ever had with a large group of people before. Um, it's not my style. I don't know what you guys said I did okay, so I'm glad I came across fine. I was a little nervous, not gonna lie, but yeah, that was fun. It was a good time. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. So for those of you who weren't here last Friday, I decided to take spring break a little early. Instead of just taking a 2-day spring break, I punched out a little bit early on Friday, and you guys just handled it on your own, and you did fine. You're still here. Congratulations. YouTube seems to be hiding that you're live. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, I would beg to differ, Hayden. I would beg to differ. There's a lot of smart people in that room, and quite frankly, I'm just as smart as the rest of you guys. I'm really not above average. I'm just an average ape, just like the rest of you. Guys, I gotta tell you something really cool. I learned something this weekend that I did not know, and I'm gonna admit this. And some of you guys are gonna be like, "Wow, you didn't know that," and you're gonna be like, "That's pretty pathetic that you didn't know that." And I'm gonna admit it. I'm gonna admit that I did not know this. I was in a space call, uh, and the head moderator of Wall Street Bets came into the space call to tell the AMC community that we are hands down by far the strongest, most accepting group of people, of apes that he's seen so far. I think that he had some of the best comments to say and things about just in general about our community and how we're strong. We hold together and we pull together, and I think that was so cool to have him come in. But he said something specific that I did not know. He said apes is all people equal, all people equal, and I can't stress that enough to you guys. I'm no better than the rest of you. We are all equal here. I truly believe that. So good morning to y'all, and it's time to get this morning started. Let's get dry my eyes here a little bit so I can put my glasses on, rub out these crusties, get those crusties out. Yeah, crusties. And let me spray off the glasses, and we'll start diving into the numbers. Thank you, Bill. Good old boys barbershop says thinking of doing some swing trade today. Any ideas on a good stock to try? No, unfortunately, that is the one thing that you're not going to get out of me on this channel. Good old boys. I try to keep this AMC related only. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have other plays that you're going for in the background, but for me, honestly, I'm just worried about AMC now. If you want to see some information, some ticker information, like I have Ortex data. If you want to see Ortex data on that, then I would absolutely love to pull that up for you. So if you want to see Ortex data on this particular stock, go ahead and ask. But I'm not going to cover other stocks. I'm simply AMC related. Unfortunately for you. Unfortunately for you. However, I will say this. There has been one of the moderators on this channel and I have talked about it would be fun to just kind of do a side separate presentation, and we're going to do this, a side separate presentation on what kind of indicators we look for in other stocks. Because if you are going to be playing other things, then you might want to know what it is that we think are good things to look, good indicators to be looking for in stocks that are out there. And hopefully we can provide you some information that may help you in some of your trading. But it will be a separate standalone show to what I normally do here. Nosa, that was probably my most favorite point in that interview, was the fact that I said to the moon, and Tony says, "Did you say 2 weeks?" I thought I was pretty clear on my to the moon, and he said, "Did you say 2 weeks? I thought I heard you say 2 weeks." Inside, I was dying. I was dying on the inside. I was like, "Holy crap! He said 2 weeks. How did I not say 2 weeks?" I love it. I love the fact that that's actually spreading like wildfire, um, because it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We know what our convictions are, and we know where we want this to go. And until we get there, it's always just 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Doesn't matter how long it takes. We're going to get there. I've got the glasses on. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Salty Dog said, "All people equal, very cool, except for hedgies. They suck." They're not people. They're not people. Screw those hedgies. Oh, man. Let's take a look at the numbers. I haven't updated Fidelity. Well, let me update Fidelity. Go figure, right? You'd have been surprised if I had, I bet. Okay, when I'm doing this, I'm not going to be able, for those of you who are new and watching, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So wait until you see my picture pop up. Wait for the screen to look like it looks right now again, and when you see my picture pop up, I'll be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold off if you have like specific questions you want to ask me. Hold off on those questions, and I'll try to answer those after we go through the numbers. Man, we got an Amber Alert here. That sucks. I hate seeing Amber Alerts. Not because I hate Amber Alerts. It's just, that means some kid's suffering out there, and I hate that. Okay, I'm logged into Fidelity. Let's take a look at the numbers. So starting with the top left-hand side, I actually have no idea how we did here. I haven't even taken a look. I haven't even considered what this might look like. Our price predictions. This is for those of you who are new to this show, this is just for fun. There's nothing meant to be. We're not trying to get you to trade off of our numbers. We're not trying. This is just four apes trying to come up with a price prediction every single morning before market opens, and it's just for fun. We're betting beers and ice cream, and that's it. So price prediction tallies going into Friday. Monty, myself, and Eric were all tied, 4 points apiece. Keto was trailing by 1 point. It looks like every single one of us got a point for Friday. So I'm going to tally up the points. Eric, congratulations, man. Eric just hit 3 weeks in a row of correct price predictions. Man, the guy's a beast. I'm glad he's my brother-in-law. What a beast. All right, 3 weeks in a row for Eric on price prediction tallies, getting them correct. So the winner for last Friday stems all down to who had the average price on Friday that was closest to the total price. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that might be It's not going to be Eric because he had 15 to 18. So unfortunately, Eric's not going to win the week because it did close at 1580. It's going to come down to either Monty or myself. Let me do the math real quick here. Monty had 1413 to 1713. So 1413 plus $1.50 is 1563. Ooh, I beat him by 7 cents. My average was 14. My price prediction was 1420 to 1720, meaning that my average price prediction for the end of the day would have been $15.70, which means I win the week. My average price was off by 10 cents for the closing price. Dang, that's rough. That is really, really close. So I'm going to give myself the extra tally mark. I am the champion. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've won a week. I'm going to give myself an extra point there just so you know, the clear winner. I would have done it for anybody. Let's take a look at the next one. Too much time spent already on that. True Demon MOASS trigger indicators. Short exempt volume. Number one, how high was the short exempt volume? Now, the first thing I'm going to tell you guys is this. The short exempt volume was really, really low on Thursday. Typically speaking, we have much higher short exempt volume on days where SSR is triggered because they use that instead of the dark pools to generate synthetic shares. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but on market open of Friday, GME actually triggered SSR. I did not see that. Somebody actually pointed it out to me, and I had no idea that that was the case. But they did trigger SSR on Friday for GME, which was probably huge. I wouldn't be surprised to see short exempt volume a little bit higher on our stock. Let's see what it was. Yep, it was a little bit higher, but not too much. 41,000. 41,000 shares. Not as much as we need, but it was definitely higher. All right, here's the drum roll. Utilization. Are we going to get, how many days is it now? Are we going to get our 29th straight day of utilization being 100%? Yes, we are. I just refreshed it. Day 29. Today is day 29 straight days of 100% utilization. Our estimated current short share, oh, actually, let me move on to something else first. So 100% utilization. I forgot to end True Demon's trigger indicators. 1580 is what we closed at, which was 4.02% higher day over day. And let's move on to off exchange. The final numbers for the day on Friday on the off exchange was 46.63% in the off exchange, and the EDGX was 12.22%. Those numbers are both lower than the 30-day averages, bringing those down some more. Again, that off exchange has been much, much lower. It's getting close now to almost 10% less than what it used to be through the off exchange. Now moving down to the short share interest. So the free float is at 21.04% for the day today. Moving to the top right hand side, institutional share ownership, 187.831 million shares as of last week. Again, until those 13Fs start rolling in, which they probably were kind of in that gray zone right now where there's not a whole lot of 13Fs being filed. This number, I don't expect to see too many changes. Once we do start seeing changes, we're going to see a bunch of them. The 13Fs will start rolling in pretty handily. So let me refresh it. 187,830. So it's down by like 0.001. 10,000 shares difference. Max pain for this week. Let's see. $16. Max pain is $16 for this week. Let's take a look at that. What does that look like? Scrolling to the very bottom to see what our lottery ticket winners look like down here at the very bottom. At a $40 strike price. It was 95 last week. It was a quad witching week, which was why it was probably higher. At a $40 strike price, there is 6.2 thousand contracts. Let's see where most of our open interest is here. Most of our open interest on the call side is at a $16 strike price. That's exactly where it was last week. There's 9.1 thousand contracts. On the put side, at a $16 strike price, which is up $1 from last week, it is also the highest with 6.4 thousand contracts. But there are close runner-ups at 15, 14, and 13. Very, very close. Within 1,000. Just kind of looking at that. I'm looking at everything over here real quick. Just kind of want to see what it looks like. So the stair-stepping action for contracts that would go into the money as we moved up in price. There's some movement there, but there's some gaps as well. Like 1650 is a gap. Okay. Moving back over to the other page, let me move some screens and we'll take a look at some of our other numbers. We'll take a look at Vortex. Well, I had to take some headache medicine when I hate waking up with headaches. It's not very often that I do. I feel like I've been saying it more and more often lately. Just sleep kink neck or something. I don't know what it is. I hate waking up with headaches, so it's the worst. I had to take some meds when I woke up. All right, let's take a look at our data here. Utilization. There it is. 100%. 29 straight days this is what it looks like. This is a much a much bigger line than this one over here. That's what 29 straight days of utilization being at 100% looks like. Let's see here. On loan amount. All right, we had a little bit of a dip in on loan amount. So the on loans went from 135.22 on Thursday to 133 on Friday. Now, majority of that, and I can just tell you this just from knowledge, is probably short interest that closed. So in the money short interest. So you've got about 2.2 million shares of short interest that were closed. Not a big deal. When that dips, we'll probably see the on loan average age per day dipping as well. Should. Let's see what happens. But it went up. Why does that happen? I'll tell you. Like I said, when you close out short interest, new short interest that was created during the week, that's going to negatively impact your on loan average age per day and show that there's a lot of older loans that are still on the books. So it went up. Nice little jump there on loan average age per day because the newer loans, the newer short interest was closed out, which increases the amount of time that the average age is on the loans that are open. So that's actually a really good sign for us. It means that they didn't close old positions. Great, great sign. Vortex estimated short interest of the free float, also dipping just a slight bit. That's always going to happen. What's today's date? The 21st? Okay, we don't have any reporting yet. I was just looking to see if we had some kind of reports that any data. I always forget what day it is. We don't have any new data to report here. Uh, yeah, those numbers all look pretty good. Those are our failure to delivers. Security lending volume. Had a little bit of a spike on Friday with security lending volume, just a tiny one. Orders by Fidelity customers on Friday. GME finished, let's see, 3, 6, 7th position with a very nice 72% buys to 28% sales. Actually, no, I'm sorry, 78.28 is what they're doing this morning. Their position that they finished in was from last Friday. AMC kind of fell off the list here a little bit. Let's see how far off the list we fell. All the way down to 27th. 27th, but we had a 61-39 buy to sell ratio, which is great. Anything over 60-40, I'm happy. So we did fall down the list. We had low volume. It was to be expected. But we still had higher than 60-40 buy to sell ratio, which is good. Oops, hold on a second. SSR trigger price for the day today is $14.22. Shares available to borrow, 100,000 shares. The ETFs only have 760,000. Uh-oh. I got frozen. There we go. So far, let me refresh this one more time here. So far, let's add up how much borrowing they've done this morning. Just under 1 million. So I'm getting 0.95. 950,000 shares borrowed so far this morning, which is very low. Ortex, just to throw this out there, Ortex was reporting over the weekend that only 500 shares, only 500 shares were borrowed according to Ortex on Friday. Do want to note here that our borrow fee is all the way up to 1.5%, which is looking absolutely amazing. Loving that, seeing that going up. They have not updated the options data here, so this is all Friday's numbers. We're actually needing to look at the second row here. So for this morning, we have 12.1 thousand contracts that are in the money on the calls, 25.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. This number right here, let's remember this, 57,000, so just under 60K in out of the money calls. I want to see this stay under 100K. I don't want to see those calls out of the money stacking up. That's just money straight into somebody else's pockets. So I need to remember to remove my SSR trigger point for 1422. How did the Asian market fare? Little mixture going on here. A little bit of red and green across the eastern side of the world here in the markets. undecided. IWM in the pre-market is down 0.17. Tesla is up. Oh, for those of you who are new, I'm just going to tell you why I'm reading off these specific tickers. I think they're good indicators. Some of them are good indicators. Some of them are just, I just want to watch it because I want to watch it. But I'll describe to you why it is that I'm watching them if there is a reason, or not. IWM currently down 0.15% in the pre-market. IWM is the largest AMC ETF holder out there, and very oftentimes we have a direct relationship to their price. When they go up, we go up. When they go down, we go down. And it actually does tend to lead ahead. So if you start seeing movement upwards on IWM, we usually typically follow afterwards. Tesla. That one's more for myself. I really just kind of like to see what's going on with Tesla. I don't have. It's a very interesting story, and I just like to follow it. It is up 1.46 in the pre-market. Amazon up 0.09%. Amazon is, in my opinion, the heartbeat. If you want a heartbeat on retail for America, I think Amazon's the way to go. I think that's what you want to look at. They are the heartbeat of the economy right now. And if you want to know how the economy is doing, that's a great indicator to watch. Cinemark. Anytime you're in a play, you should know how your competitors are doing to the stock that you're in. You got to compare apples to apples, not apples to oranges. Cinemark is running down 1.83% for the market this morning. Doge, 1.51% up this morning. I'm watching Doge because I believe it's the blue chip, not the blue chip, the blue collar cryptocurrency of North America. So I think it's a good one to follow for cryptocurrencies. Also Bitcoin, it is the OG of cryptocurrencies. I would kind of sort of. It's up 0.08%. GME, it's the OG, man. That's why we're following GME. It's the OG. If you want to, that's what started this whole thing. That's what started this whole thing. It's down 1.29% in the pre-market. HYMC is down 9.63% in the market right now. In the pre-market, HYMC is the gold mine ticker that AMC purchased into. Hood is up 0.3. I only watch Hood because I just want to see it burn. That's Robinhood. That's the company that screwed so many people on a buy button being taken away, and I just want to see it burn. So when it goes down, I love it. AMC, we know why we're here. We know why we're watching AMC. It is down 0.63% in the market so far this morning. On Friday, our inflow versus outflow, we had a 4 million difference in inflow versus outflow. So far this morning, we are trading at 25,000 shares traded so far. That is low. That is definitely low. Another low morning in volume. We're heading towards a 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. For those of you who don't know what that is, that's my coin term for what happens at 7 a.m. every single morning, where we see a signal that I believe is an indicator that gives algorithms kind of a timing indicator as to how they're going to trade fractally the market for the day. So it's also a great indicator, a great point in time where you can take a look at volume for the morning and try to figure out what volume for the day is going to look like. So we're waiting. We have about 24 minutes until we get our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Let's look at our intervals. On the daily, I'm just looking specifically here on the daily right now. I'm looking at RSI and Vortex indicator. I don't care about the rest of this junk in here. On the Vortex indicator, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 45.93, which is almost average right down the middle. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.34 and almost some double tops up here, almost showing oversold regions on RSI. 57.34 is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.91. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 53.98. So 4 time intervals right there, all saying more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI kind of in the middle. So I want to show you guys something. This was kind of cool. I had to do like several double takes last week when I was looking at this because somebody had said, "Hey, what about the Ichimoto cloud?" Ichimoku, whatever, Ichimoku, Ichimoto, the Ichi Booger, Ichimoto cloud for the 1 hour is looking extremely good. I'm really, really liking it. Well, a little less good now here in the pre-market, but yesterday it was yesterday when I was looking at this, I was like, holy crap, that's awesome. As of right now, the Ichimoto is actually crossing over the conversion line. And what that would be is that would be one of the first signs um, that, if you were a day or swing trader, you might look at that and say like, okay, that might be a point, an exit point. There are entry points back here. Their signs for an exit point would be when it first touches the conversion line. A definite hard sell would be when it comes back down, touches the baseline. More than likely, if they wait till it touches the baseline, then they would be at a more than likely a loss. But you do have the lagging line back here above the price line, which is really decent looking. We'll see. I mean, we need to get this above, price needs to kind of be above 1580 right now. But right now we're sitting at 1570, so we're a little bit low. Um, it's not bad. It's not terrible, but I'd like to see price moving up into higher regions to keep that buying pressure coming in. And the reason I say that is because if we take this to a 4-hour time interval, you can see we're in the cloud right now. This is a do not buy, do not do anything from a day trader, swing trader standpoint. And the top of the cloud, the price point coming in at market open is 1677. By market close is 1618. So my suggestion to you guys is that if price can get above 1618 before the end of the day today, you could see some major fireworks going on. And the reason for that is we'd be moving into that range to where it's a buy signal. Oh, it's time to install my latest Windows updates. Yeah, I didn't do it this weekend. So you've got your conversion line above your baseline, and your lagging line back here is above the price line, which is looking very, very, very bullish. The only problem is that it's in the cloud, and you're never supposed to make trades inside the cloud. It's a point of indecision for the market. So we're at a very crucial point right now. Are we going to cross through the cloud and make it into the buy region, or are we going to stay below the cloud, in the cloud, and come back down below it? That's the question. You can also see the futures on the cloud here are about ready to cross over. So this is looking like it could be very, very bullish. We just got to break that $16.80, or sorry, 1618, I think, by the end of the day today. Yeah, 1618. So it's pretty decent looking. Got our rabbit pellets going on. Did you guys have a good weekend? Peter says, so glad to see you with Tony D this weekend. It's about time other YouTubers know about your channel. DD, well done. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Steven, that's a great question. I want to say yes, but if you held my feet to the fire and asked me to prove that that's the case, I don't know if it might take me a hot minute to find some, but I'm pretty sure I could find a few. Nosa, you better read the title for the day. I know you're joking. Max Payne is, oh, I actually have this definition written down. And I like reading this definition because it's so much better than the way that I could possibly say it. So let me find my definition for Max Payne here. Hold on one second. Let's see. I think I've got it written down. Maybe I don't. I have so much stuff written down on this notepad of paper that I have here. It's ridiculous. So I'm just going to answer it without looking for my scripted answer. Max Payne is basically where you have the most amount of options that will expire, the price at which most the amount of options on either the calls or the put side will expire out of the money. So in other words, it's the neutral point or the balance of all of the call and put options. So when you balance everything out, you look at the total amount of volume and price, strike prices between the calls and the puts. Where does the max pain fall? Where does it do? Where does price fall that hurts both sides equally the most? Most will expire out of the money, and so that's what max pain is. It's $16. Do you see why I scripted it down? It's like I couldn't have possibly said that. That wasn't probably that great. I could have said it much better. Ryan, there's no dumb questions in it unless you ask the question twice. Oh, that's actually a really good question. So Ryan says this might be a dumb question, but if the average is that high, what is the potential for the oldest position? It could be the potential is really super high, right? I mean, what was it? Pull up let's pull it up again here. I gotta look at it and see what the average age on loan average age per day was. 76.91 is the average age of the loans. So I think there might be a way. Let me just look and see if there's an advanced, under some of the advanced settings, there are other loan indicators that you can check out. On loan, let's see. I think there might be something on loan. You can look up on loan new. Let me see. There's no real good indicator that tells you. Um, but the thing is that if that's your average, if your average is 70 something days long, I would double it. I would double it and just say that, more than likely you probably have some loans out there that are at least 140 days old. That's a long time. That is a really long time. You're looking at, let's see, 130 days. So, uh, like 5 months. So what are we looking at? We're in March now, so like November-ish. We've got we've got probably loans that are as old as November. That could even be older than that. It's possible. Good morning, Menji. Good morning, Benjamin. Yeah, it was good to be on that open mic last night. One of the Tony kept hitting us up with questions, and one of the things that I hated going first. I really hated going first, and the reason being is that some of those guys have some really good answers. Like, why are you here? You know what? It was so lame. I've got written down on my sheet of paper here, my notepad. I've got on my notepad my five whys written down, and and the main reason that I'm here is obviously the very first why I have written down, which was I wanted to be a part of a movement to fix a broken system. What a great answer, right? Nope, me. I'm over here going, well, let me tell you my story. Why didn't I reach into my bag of five whys? I have no idea. I sit here and I tell you guys, know your five whys, and then Tony gets me on there. It's great practice. It's great practice for me. I don't get very much practice at doing what I preach, but that was a good practice session for me to be able to sit down and realize that I need to be better. I need to get good, bro. I need to get good. But man, I'll tell you what, a lot of those guys had some great answers of every single time, and it kept making me wish I hadn't gone first. Hayden said, Casey, last week I thought you said if we closed above 16, good things would follow. Did that price hurt them? So we didn't close above 16. We closed at 1580. And we actually had in the aftermarket hours, we were up as high as 1605, 1610. Would have been great if we could have come into an open market at 1610, but unfortunately, in the pre-market hours this morning, they did drop the price a tad bit here, which means for us that we're gonna have to fight our way back up to that 16 level. And that's exactly what I said just a little bit ago too with the Ichimoto cloud. You're welcome, good old boys. Alex, that's a really cool line. Squeeze me. I'm Mr. Bombastic. Chicken tendies fantastic. Hedgies see me and they run. I like that. Thanks, Lisa. And I want to say too, when I saw you guys, when I'm on somebody else's channel, I don't want to presume that I can just. You don't know how badly I went every time I saw one of you guys pop in and say hi, Casey. It was so painful for me to sit there and just read it. I wanted to say like hi back. I really wanted to say hi back. Thank you, Jordan. Alex says I have a good feeling about today, 1920 to 2220. It's a good spread. I like it. I mean, if we can hold above 1618 before the end of the day, or even get above there, we could be looking really decent for the day. Tony held me down to a kind of an outlook for the end of the week. And morning, Danny. Um, and I said green. You know how much I hate price predictions for the week, but I do it with you guys. I do it with you. Oh, speaking of which, let me get the poll up. I do it with you guys every single week. I put the pressure on you. Excuse me a second while I hit my computer. I do. I really hit my computer. There is a cable that is rubbing up against a fan, and if I give it a little bit of a nudge, one of these days I'm going to nudge it, and the whole stream's just going to go, pff, the whole computer's going to die. All right, let me get the price prediction poll up here, guys. Give me 1 second. Try to see. I'm gonna go with I'm actually changing this week up here a little bit. For you guys, as of last week, well, that's my tummy. I don't know if you guys heard that. Ooh. My tummy says it's time to eat. Justin says 2 weeks. Go, Justin. And I appreciate you guys. You don't even know. I mean, you may think that you may think that I'm helping you to hold because I hear you guys say that you're helping me to hold. You may think that I'm helping you to hold, but you're helping me to hold. Um, Let me give you guys your own predictions from last week, just so you can see them before you vote, because I see you guys are already starting to vote there. These are your predictions from last week. I really should include the date in here so that we know what date. I'm gonna start doing that from now on. That's the best I can do as far as how that looks. It's really kind of crappy looking, but these were your predictions from last week. I'll just go ahead and read them off to you. Majority of you said somewhere closing between $10 and $15. You were wrong. 15 or less. You were wrong. 50% of you were wrong. You get nothing. 50% of you get nothing. 27% of you said 15 to 20. You're Charlie. You're Charlie. You guys got that right. Good prediction on 27% of you out of 250 votes. $25 to $30 or greater, 14% of you. You get nothing. And 8% of you said 20 to 25. You get nothing. 27% of you got it right. Not bad. Not bad at all. Second place, the second. I really should. I'm gonna have to go back in time. I really need to go back in time and start labeling some of these with dates. Oh, I will say this. Week over week, we had 10 less votes. I just now noticing there was 260 votes last week, or not last week, but the week before last. And then last week was only 250 votes. That's interesting to note. And the week before that was 240. So we had a little bit of a maybe potential spike in viewership, maybe. That's one of the things that I've kind of shown you guys from the past, how it's very interesting to me how um, the concurrent viewer trend on this channel and our price movement are very, very in line or in touch with each other, almost as if your participation in watching in this show is a direct reflection upon price. Not saying that you need to watch, but it's just very interesting to me how they are. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense, right? Like if something positive is happening in price, you guys all start coming on to see what's going on. So that makes a lot of sense to me, but it's surprisingly odd how close they look. In the 23 years that I worked in the tech industry, there's some. It's going to sound so bad. Um, I believe the tools, the high tech billion or millions of dollar tools that I worked on, 100% have personalities, and you have to sometimes you have to talk to them. Sounds so bad. I'm serious. Every once in a while, I'd be like, "Come on, you can do that." I'd come over the tool, give it a nice little kind of rub, and say, "Come on, baby, you can do this. You can work. Come on." Next thing you know, it starts working. I'm telling you, these some of these high-tech million-dollar tools have personalities. It's the craziest thing you've ever seen. And you guys are sitting there going like, no, you're just crazy. I don't really believe they have personality. Well, I don't know. Maybe they do. I don't know. I like to think that they do. They're very temperamental. Desktop PCs have no feelings. Desktop PCs have no feelings, so you can give those whacks all day long. Lisa says it makes sense why you retired. I'm telling you, it's a stressful business. It really is, compared to how it used to be from the past. Things are getting a lot faster. Maybe I'm just getting older. I don't know which. No, they're definitely getting faster. I think I told this story once before. I want to say like 80 or 70% of my job used to be fixing human mistakes. One of the more recent fabs that I worked in, fabrication facilities that I worked in for making computer chips, um, instead of 70% of my job fixing other people's mistakes, my I want to say probably about 40, no, 30% of my job was fixing my own mistakes. 30% of my job and 70% of my job was actually taking care of real problems. But if you don't work fast enough, the robotic systems that are in place will circumvent you and completely run circles around you while you're trying to outpace it. And it's always faster. GD says, Casey, you put that on your engineering. I do not. Absolutely, sir. No, sir. Let me tell you a funny story, GD. This is a long, long time ago. When I was trying to decide when I was in management in semiconductors, I didn't like management at all. I decided I either wanted to go maintenance or process, and I wasn't sure process or maintenance engineering or equipment engineering, and I had finally settled on process. I really wanted process, but they didn't have a process position available. They only had an equipment engineering position, and I wanted practice to interview. Um, and I wanted to see what their questions were like, so I applied for the equipment engineering position just because I just wanted practice. And I knew I wasn't going to get the job, but I remember specifically one of the things that they had asked me in the interview was, have you ever ran when you've been repairing something, something about along the lines of like how did you problem solve a problem that you were working on mechanically? And so I told them about how I had built my own PC, and there was a couple different points to where I got into some problems with the boot up, original boot or the initial boot up, and I used the word tinker. I used the word tinker. I said, well, I started tinkering around with a couple different instead of saying problem solving or troubleshooting. Those are the kind of words, troubleshooting or problem solving are the kind of words that they want to hear in an interview. Tinker is not something an equipment engineer wants to hear you say. I learned really quick and fast that you don't talk about your tinkering. Dave Lauer, okay. You want me to try to get Dave Lauer? I'll put him down on the list and I'll reach out to him. Tony Denaro is supposed to come on the channel for an interview. He hasn't. We haven't set up a date quite yet, but I'm pretty sure that he's gonna go. He's gonna come up with one, and I think we'll get an interview. Let me put him down on the list. Dave Lauer. I actually have a bone to pick with him. I do have a bone to pick with Dave Lauer, so I would love to talk to him. Need for Speed, good morning. We had our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, Dan's already talking about it. 43,000. I got 43.1 thousand shares traded during that moment, which is what do we got? That. Oh man. Other than this 5,000 right here and the ones, okay, so other than this 5,000 shares, so subtract 5,000, 75. So we had more than double the amount of shares going to our 7 a.m. pokey stick because we've got 80,000 shares having been traded so far. Minus 5. So we had 75 going into the 7 a.m. excuse me, 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. So we're going to subtract out the 40. What did I say? 43.1. So we had 32,000 shares having been traded going to the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, and the pokey stick adding an additional 43,000 shares to that, giving us a total of 75 in volume, which is very low. I can't go higher than 10 to 30 million shares traded for the day today as a volume prediction. So today's going to be another low vol, unless there's something unforeseen that happens in trading towards the end of the day today. I just can't see it going much higher than that. Last week for Friday, I had predicted 10 to 30 million shares traded as well, and we actually went over very slightly. The ending value for trading for the day was 31.8 million shares, and the final total after post market or after hours, we had 31,992,089 shares traded for the day. So we were over by about 2 million compared to my prediction. So my prediction was definitely low on the low side. So we'll see what ends up happening today. I may have to make a slight adjustment to my volume predictions, but I would say no more than 10 to 30 million for the day today. You know what? Let's just make it 15 to. Let's just make the adjustment now. I'm gonna say 15 to 35. Oh no. Crazy Peppy said another Boeing jet with 132 passengers crashed. Man, that's terrible. Let me check this out. Man, that's not even hitting the news yet. Not the one I'm looking at anyways. Let me check another place. China Eastern Airlines Boeing 737 crashes with 133 on board. Let's see, world news. It's It's terrible. A lot of people um, tend to, um, everyone wants to try and explain these kind of things right off the bat, and unfortunately, that's probably one of the worst things to do is to try and make assumptions right off the bat. I would, obviously wait some time before we try and, wait for some kind of evidence as to what caused it to go down. Apparently, there's footage. Some people have captured footage of the crash. Joe says, "What do you think about the DM of Trey that I sent you? Let me check it out here. I don't know if I've seen it yet. Oh, I haven't seen it yet. Hold on a second here. Oh, I didn't know Trey played chess. That's actually one of my favorite things to do too in my off time. I do play me some chess. It's interesting. I haven't seen it, so you'll have to give me some time here to watch this, Joe. I'm probably gonna watch this off stream. So yeah, I'll watch that off stream and then I'll talk about it later, Joe. When I see you back on later on my break, I'll watch it. The title for the day today, guys, don't forget about long-term capital gains tax. There's I'm not going to say who. I'm not going to say who rhymes with something, but um, what I am going to say is that if you're thinking about selling some of your position or any of your position of AMC at any given point, I do want you to think about that long-term capital gains tax that you get to avoid the capital gains if you have owned those shares for a year or longer. For those of you who've been in this play for quite a long time, that could be a huge bonus to you. And it would be sad to lose that bonus if you were to exit your position and then come back in. So I want you to think about that. It's just something to consider. Um, that's a huge thing. It's a lot of money that could be saved from going into taxes, especially if you're getting up into if you're talking about millions of dollars. Good morning, Thick. Man, I talked way too much. This coffee is so cold. I need to drink quicker. What I really need to do is break out my insulated mug, start drinking out of that. But I really love this one because it says kick today in the nuts. Bill says I'm in a Roth, which is an even better bonus. Me, I have some in a Roth as well, sir. It is a incredible bonus as well. That money, we're gonna, when we do exit our position at AMC, that money's just gonna sit there and be tax free later on, uh, or greatly reduced in taxes later on. It's going to be dirty, filthy, nasty tendies. Those are going to be some of the best tendies. Yeah, you Canadian, you're I'm trying to talk like Canadian. You Canadians, you always got it so good, eh? Just got to throw an A at the end of everything, eh? Looks like we got some AMC news here. Oh, look at that. They're throwing shade. They're throwing shade on AMC by saying, "Why is BlackBerry attracting high interest from retail investors today?" This article was posted on AMC, but the title says, "Why is BlackBerry attracting high interest from retail investors today?" BlackBerry. I remember. Let's go back in time. I remember this very, very clearly, almost as if it was like yesterday. I remember back in time when I was trying to decide where to put my money when it was GME a year January ago. And I remember some of the ones that were being talked about were BlackBerry, Bed Bath and Beyond. I think maybe Sundial may have been one of them, or SNDL, and then AMC. And I started looking at all those, and I was like, BlackBerry. I come from I come from chip makers who make chips for some of the leading cellular devices in the market. BlackBerry was not on my list of things to watch for. I mean, they may have stuff going on for them, but I wasn't interested. My dad used to love BlackBerry. That's all he would ever carry for the longest time, and then finally, at one point, I'm not sure exactly when it was, but he switched over, I think, to an iPhone. But he hated giving up. He had a I don't I'm trying to remember who he had a plan through. He had like an unlimited plan that he had gotten, unlimited data plan that he had gotten from I don't think it was Verizon, it was somebody else. And he didn't want to give up the plan because nobody else had any plans like that at the time. So he just kept buying Blackberries. Bill says, but they're hosers, eh? Dan says, Dan says he can get his hoser checked anytime by the doctor. Free anytime. Oh, Lisa, I don't know. Do we care? Do we really care? We can take a look at it. So remember, what I told you guys from the past is that anytime you're looking to get into a play whatsoever, and this is just like friendly not financial advice, just friendly kind of idea of something that you might want to look into. Um, before you get into the play, know who the players are, right? That's really extremely important. So let me just pull that up real quick here. Knowing who the players are in the play that you're about to get into could change your mind. Okay, this one's actually really, really low. So that's always a good thing to see. So I'm just looking at institutional share ownership. In this, it's at 9.54%, which is very, very low. So not a whole lot of huge players in this, which would make it more desirable, in my opinion, just because of the idea that there's less ability for the rug to be pulled out from underneath you. I guess would probably be the best way to put it. However, uh, that's that's a very that's let's see, 36.51. Okay, I can't make any more comments. I, I've made too many. I've made too many comments. No more comments. It was 3.2. I will say this. It was 3.2 at some point in the pre-market, and it's down to 2.4. MCon says, I have a Roth through work. Can I add to it with outside funds other than percent of pay? I believe that you can. There should be, I don't know who the broker is because you didn't say who that is, but I would imagine that there's no restrictions on you adding money into that account. All you have to do is have access to the account, link your bank account to the account, and then transfer money in. There are limitations though on how much of your pay per year that you're allowed to inject um, into a Roth. So um, you need to make sure that you're not going to violate that. So what you might want to do is you might want to call them up and ask them, say what are for my age, what are the limitations that I have on how much money I can put into the account for the year, and they'll tell you some percentage, and then you'll be okay, cool, thanks, and then you'll check it out and see what you put in percentage wise a year. More than likely, my guess is if you're the average American, then you're probably putting less than you can. Uh, but I'm making a lot of assumptions, and you know what that does? Makes ass out of both you and me. So it'd be best to just call your broker and ask questions. James says, Casey, good morning, and the band of the AMC Cruel. I think you might, maybe, well, you probably said that right. I hope everyone has been treated well by your family, friends, in general. Be happy, Lord willing. Absolutely. We have a good family here, James. I think we're looking really strong here. We've got about just a little less or a little over an hour to market open. I'm going to go ahead and I think sign off until 15 minutes before market open. Yeah, I think you meant crew. Pretty sure you meant crew, but I wasn't sure. They've got a sell wall at $16. They do not want this to go above $16. They've got 14,000 shares there. A lot of the times, once those get hit a few times, they kind of disappear. But they do have a sell wall up at $16 with 14,000 shares. They're done watching this run up. Don't you hate that, James? Like my mind is so fast that I can't keep my typing can't keep up with it, and I do that a lot too. I do it so much it's not even funny. And then I forget to go back and recheck what it is that I wrote, and I just hit enter, and then I reread what it is that I wrote, and I go like, dang it, that that looks so dumb. There it is, Manjeet, doing the hard work. Uh, I'm gonna say that, and I'm not trying to discredit your work, Manjeet. I'm just gonna say that, you know, trust but verify, right? Like I would hate for people to get mad at you and be like, "That's not true," and there's something else to that. So trust but verify. Even everything that I say, you should trust but verify, or don't trust and verify. Doesn't matter. Take your pick. Keep that coffee up, James. Get the IV going. Um, when can we see the price go down? I need to buy some in on the IRA, Ron. I have no idea, Manji. I wish I could give you specifics, and I really just can't. I don't know. I do think week over week that we'll probably be closing higher than we did last week, even if it's just by a few pennies. So I don't I don't know. I wish I could tell you. I wish I had a crystal ball and I could tell you exactly how long it's going to be before we see a downwards movement in price. What I can say, oh, and I never moved it. Let's move SSR trigger here. What is it at? 1422? Yeah, 1422. What I can say is that since we blew past 1485, that gave us the ability to reset synthetic price failures, which are always going to be based off of our most current high. So when we blew past that was back here on Thursday last week. And so I would just say is that we need to look at the current high at $16.10 and just know that a 20% drop in price could always occur when you see that. So $16.10, I need to actually update my charts because I don't think I have that price in here. I don't. 16.1. So that is a 24.6% increase from the bottom of $12.92. So we've had at least a almost close to a 25% increase in gains since 1292. But that also puts us to a point to where we could see another synthetic price failure, which basically starts at 20% or 19.5 to 21.5% ish. That would be the starting point range for synthetic price failure, and you never know when those are going to happen. There's no way of really knowing. You just know that they can happen once they break through a 15% gain or higher. So I'm going to go ahead and move some of these numbers down here for the synthetic price failure just so we can see what those numbers are. Is that you, Darth Vader? I don't feel like my voice is that low. It's not quite. Um, Luke, I am your father. Let's see here. Synthetic price failure. Based off of $16.10, what I'm going to do is I'm going to subtract out 19.5%, which is $3.14, off of 1610, which would put us at 12.96. So I'm going to put the first line which is great in a sense because 1296 is actually higher than our last low of 1292. So if we were to see a synthetic price failure and the turnaround point ended up being 1296, that would be a double bottom. So yeah, you could expect that to happen. You never know. Let's see, 20% down from 1610 would be oops, is that 1606? I think that's right. No, 1288. Okay, 1288 is the next one. Just give me a second here, guys. I got to plug these in. It gives us an idea how far price could drop in a single day or 2-day period of time. And let's see, 21.5% from 1610 is 1263, 1264. So those are the numbers right there. So we could see a price failure and a turnaround point of price anywhere at those numbers. And anything below 1264 would institute or would kind of indicate to me that there's been some paper hands by either institutions or retail, and in which case we would have to start looking at some of the values from some other indicators to try and figure out who's selling, right? That always ends up being the question: who's selling? Man, my voice is dark. I didn't really. I thought people used to say it was soothing. Bob, synthetic price failure. It's a new term to you because it's one that I've created. Welcome to the world of Casey. Welcome to this family. First off, and foremost, I'm glad that you said, "What the heck is that?" I've never heard of a synthetic price failure. Um, when I'm gonna try and keep this real short because I need to go on break here. When I first got into this stock back in March of last year, um, people in Wall Street Bets kept saying you need to sell on the backside of the squeeze. That's where you need to sell. And I was like, well, how do you know when you're at the top? How could you possibly know? And so it led me down this road of trying to figure out if I could understand what a squeeze would look like, how to figure out where you were at in the squeeze. And I found some very interesting things because what I did is I did a deep dive into the minute by minute price movements of GME from what occurred last year in January. And what I found was the algorithms had some very specific turning around points in price movements. And typically those turning around points are 20% dips, 35 to 40-ish% dips, and 60% dips. They don't always have to turn around exactly on the number, but those tend to be the meat. I want to call it the meat of the turnaround points. Um, the higher the number gets in those dips, the higher up the price will be going. So we could see up to like a 70% dip in price before we ever get to the top of the squeeze. So what is a synthetic price failure? Um, it's simply hedge funds injecting shares into the market to drop the price by a 20, 35 to 40 range or 60% range in order to create panic selling. It's a synthetic price failure. It's not actually real price failures. It's just induced price failures to try and get people to sell their shares. So knowing that, there's these synthetic price failures, uh, I coined the term synthetic. It's an SPF because what does a hedge fund do when they want to try and get people to shed shares? When the green light is hitting them so hard, they apply their SPF, their synthetic price failure. The other part to this is that unbeknownst to me, somebody, a gentleman by the name of Jerry Klein, wrote an article in I think it was 2014, um, outlining all of the tactics that hedge funds use in order to drop the price and do these what I've been calling synthetic price failures. His numbers are exactly the same numbers as mine. He says 20% drop in a day or two, or a 35% drop in a week. His numbers are exactly in line, and this is something he wrote many, many, many years ago. And it was confirmation to me when I saw that somebody wrote that so long ago that the algorithms are still doing the exact same thing that they have done from eons ago. I know less than 10 years isn't eons, but I mean it's a long time in trading years. So all I'm here to tell you is that these algorithms are still trading to this day exactly the same way with these synthetic price failures, and you'll see them turn around at these very specific points and drops and dips, and you just have to know how to track the price, and follow the tops and the lows, to understand where they're going to turn around at. Um, it's 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 clockwork. It's absolute clockwork. So you're not going to hear anybody else talk about synthetic price failures, because I don't think anybody's done as deep of a dive into the algorithmic trading patterns that occurred during the MOASS of GME that I did. I haven't heard of anybody who's done that at all. Um, yeah, so Ethereum Man is asking when I did the analysis on the Lion Trader brackets video. I think I may have even titled it something, but it would have been within, I think, 2 or 3 days after he did his initial one, which was 2 months ago. If you give me just 1 second, I could probably find it for you. Just give me a second here. Let's see. Hmm. And we could cover it again too. I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with it because I think it's actually a really important topic. Give me just 1 second. I'm looking for it. 12/14 would have been too long ago. So it's going to have to be somewhere. I'll find it. Oh, here it is. I found it. January 14th. I'll actually link you to the video, and there's actually a timestamp where I start talking about it, so you don't have to watch. I mean, I have 9-hour streams, them long streams. Um, so let me link you to the video. And if you go to the description box, there's actually a timestamp in there. It says my alternative viewpoint to lion traders video for MOASS taking profits. There's a presentation there at 5:23:50 where you can see what it is that I have to say about it. Hopefully did I just submit that? I don't think I did. All right. I don't know. I can't say. Okay, yeah, I just put it in twice. So there you go. There's the link to it, and like I said, in the description box, you will find the link to the specific moment in time where I did the presentation. You know, for somebody who doesn't have 5,000 shares, his plan is terrible. It's an absolute terrible plan for somebody who has, you know, not you know, a huge amount of shares to be able to do that. And I think it's a little disingenuous to try and convince people that that's a good now to be very clear, the idea of a shotgun plan is not a bad idea. The idea of selling in incremental points as price is moving is not a bad idea inherently. It's more the idea of using specific price targets as using your points of exit and entry, or I shouldn't say entry, but your exit points is the problem. It really becomes a huge issue if you don't know where the top is. It just makes assumptions. And so if you're somebody who's holding less shares, it's not going to behoove you to use his plan at all. It would be absolutely horrific and terrible for you to use his plan. But I lay it all out there, and you know, it's definitely something you guys can take a look at and see if you agree with it. But I pick apart his entire presentation and show you why it doesn't work. It's it's the shotgun approach is actually not a bad approach. That's a very good approach. I totally agree with that portion of what it is that he says. The idea that you should be picking price targets on the way up, you use his method, and it's going to suck for you. It's going to absolutely suck. Bob, I do have a video on this, on the synthetic price failures. However, I need to do a new one. I need to do a new one. One of my moderators, one of my most, well, not one of my most, but one of my, somebody I value their opinion very greatly, and I'm not going to point them out or anything, but somebody whose opinion I value very greatly, and my group moderator gave me some constructive feedback on the presentation and said you need to do better. And I agree. I agree with them. I need to do a better job of putting together a standalone video of synthetic price failures. I do have one, but I need to do a standalone video on it, and I don't I don't have one, but I should. So I'll put it on my list. Oh, dang. Why did the order book just, did you guys see that? The order book just cleared out. I feel like normally I'm on break right now, so I wouldn't normally have seen this. Does this normally happen, guys? Because normally when I'm on break, um, the order book just completely cleared out. All right, last request. Hante Song wants to know if I can check Ortex. What do you want me to check for you? And then I'm going to take a break. Yeah, the order book just completely cleared out. There's like nothing showing. There's very few shares showing right now. NILE. Okay, let me check it out. Hante. 1 second. Hyunte. I think I'm saying it wrong. Hyunte. NILE. 1 second. That was very, very odd to see the order book do what it just did. If you guys, I don't mind providing Ortex data for you guys at all. That is completely 100%. I'm here to help out retail. First and foremost, I'm here to document history. But if you guys need help and you need numbers that I can provide for you, I can't stress enough how much I would love to help you out with showing you specific numbers for different stocks. That is completely something I'm willing to do. But don't ask me to give you advice about the stock itself. Utilization on this stock is sitting at about 72%. Your short share interest of the free float's at 9.6. Cost of borrow is kind of high at 3.73. There's your on loan average age per day skyrocketing. I'm kind of confused. Did they have the data is only showing from December of 2021, but I see price history longer than that. Did they do a merger? I don't know anything about NILEs. Oh, I would assume that they either did an acquisition or a merger of some sorts where they are now part of a different company, and so you have different numbers showing up here just based off of what I'm seeing. They do have a past, but the numbers are not tracking on it. All the way from the past. So I don't know much about this, but it looks to me like they've had some kind of acquisition. All right. Yeah, that order book clearing out's kind of sus. All right, guys. I'm going to take the break here. I'm a little late. I will be back in about 30 minutes. So I will see you guys then. 15 minutes before market open. Let me get my message up here real quick. I did not update HYMC on the screen here, so it's now updated. I just updated it for the very first time. So if you guys were looking at that data, it's now currently updated. Alrighty, guys, see you in a bit. I'm back. I do speak. Francis Boyce, how's it going? Welcome to the channel. I take a couple different breaks throughout the day. One of them being just before market open. I also usually take one around 10:20 to 11, and then another one from 1:20 to 2. So ever since we had the let me see if this is the right time. Yeah, ever since we had the board clear out on the order book, we've been seeing a little bit more hot activity here in price movement. I shouldn't say hot, more not hot. It's actually the exact opposite. It looks like a lot of I mean, this is one of the first big price kind of jumps here. It looks like there's a lot of upwards pressure that's being resisted, is what it kind of looks like. Yeah, that $16 wall with 14,000 shares is back again. I need to come up with a price prediction for the day today. In fact, okay, there's Monty with his price prediction. Let me just I saw Monty's name and I'm not gonna look at it though because I want to try and come up with my own before. I think I'm gonna hedge off at like 1650. So 15 to 18. What would be the downside? Yeah, I think I'm gonna do 15 to 18. What does Monty have? Monty has 1435 to 1735. I got you down, Monty. Thank you, sir. I'm 15 to 18. You know what? Maybe I should do like something. Let's do 1490. I'm gonna do 1490 to. No, I'm gonna stick to it. I'm gonna do 15 to 18. I'm so torn. I feel like I should do like 1490 to 1790 just to capture like a fight over a specific dollar amount. I'm just gonna do 15 18. Let's see what Eric's got. Eric's got 1480 to 1780. That's really close to what I was going to do. And Keto. Let's see what Keto's got here for his price prediction. I'm sure it's already in here somewhere. Let me just go back up and check. Keto, I don't see a price prediction. Yeah, I don't see one. Cost of borrow did drop again. And Keto, I would absolutely love to go skiing. Oh, there it is. I don't know why I couldn't see that. Oh, it's because the picture of the skier. 1513 to 1813. 1513. See, you're getting fancy, and I can't read past the fancy. Okay, got you down. All right, so my price prediction 15 to 18. Eric's got 14.8 to 17.8. Keto has 15.13 to 18.13, and Monty has 14.35 to 17.35. Monty's trying to capture the low side for us. Keto's capturing the high side. There's a very strong chance that if we have a good push down, that we'll all miss. So I would say that most of us have a bullish outlook on price movement for the day. Dude, I totally want to go skiing with you guys. I'm jealous. I'm so jealous. MCon says, what does it take to be a 1%? What do you mean by that, MCon? Brian, I did do the Ichimoto. We can take a look at it again at half hour at 9 a.m. my time. ABC says, folks, look it over your fee commissions closely. Just got off the phone with Fidelity. They charged me a $32.95 commission on an option contract I sold for 40. They're crooks. I'm telling you, man. Um, yeah, going over your financials is highly recommended. Out of curiosity, ABC, was that a correct charge that they charged you, or was it a erroneous fee that was just slapped on, similar to like AT&T likes to do with their phone bills? Some tax you never heard of before. I do want to show you guys something really quickly. I know I've talked quite a bit about the VIX in the past, and so as far as our red ascending candles, we only had one, two, three, four red ascending candles. Uh, this week bounced down, or at least hit this wedge, this support line right here. The question is the VIX going to bounce off of this, or is it going to break through and head back down some more? We have two different lines here. We have a support line going down this direction. I actually should say inverse because the VIX is inverse, so this would be actually a resistance line, and then this would be a resistance line as well. So we have two different resistance lines that it's kind of coming to intersect with. So the question is the VIX going to head back up, meaning the market's going to become unstable again? Or is it going to break through and the market's going to correct and have more stability? So I'm really going to be watching this pretty heavily because market instability is kind of one of the key things that we need to be seeing happen that will be indicating potential margin calls within the hedge fund community. Hoback, I'm glad you liked it. Welcome to the community. Ooh, somebody actually asked that same question earlier. I actually do have a synthetic price failure video It's not standalone, um, but it's not one of my finer pieces of work, and I really need to do a better job at doing a presentation on synthetic price failures, which encompasses, and of course you're not really sure what a synthetic price failure is. You're like, what the heck is that? But it encompasses how I came to the conclusion of those two indicators, volume day over day decreasing and dip size decreasing. Those all kind of intertwine into each other. It all came from a deep dive analysis into a minute by minute um, trace of GME when it did its squeeze last January. And some of the different things that I found when I went through that and was taking a look at that data. Um, so I need to put it on my list of things to do for the community. I need to put it together a better presentation, and I'll try to work on that. I usually do my work on the weekends, so it probably would be like at least a week before I could get to that. I'm completely spent after a 9-hour day of streaming. We'll do Silent. I'll check it out. It's time to go ahead and start the intro for the morning today, guys. So I'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy animals. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning, guys. It's been a fun little pump here in the first part of the morning. This is looking very nice. I don't have any problems with how it's looking. Well, I mean, that's really being kind of sarcastic, but let me tell you what I do have a problem with. Look at the Bollinger Band here. I mean, we're absolutely completely touching the top of the Bollinger Band and blowing through this thing. It's super super hot. It's gonna have to come back down and meet up with a simple moving average, as this is just really cooking off quickly and fast. Um, the nice thing to know about this is that the simple moving average is moving up, which means that it may only come down as far as 1594 before moving back up again. It just depends on how much buying pressure. Now, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the order book, but they did not have those 1,000 share walls that were sitting up here earlier. And then all of a sudden they started appearing, I don't know, probably about 9:34 Eastern Standard Time. So they start popping up, and as soon as they did start popping up, you could see that the resistance or the suppression of price movement upwards started occurring. So this is where they really like to start to try and drop share volume per minute down under 60,000 shares a minute. Our first minute was 662,000 shares. Most of the minutes after that were over 100K. But they're absolutely going to try and suppress volume at this point. They're going to want to suppress volume to under 60,000 shares a minute and try to get the price under control. They don't want this to blow up out of their hands. So that's what you'll be looking for is volatility reduction. Good morning, AP. Good morning, WM. And I bet you, okay, yeah. I figured it was you, WM, when I saw instantly WM on the Twitter. I just kind of figured it was you, but I always have to ask that question. Um, and I took part of the day off on Friday. There is a video. It was interesting. I'm gonna give you a follow back, WM. It was interesting. The one of the songs that Joe, not Joe Exotic, asked me to play ended up getting a strike on the content. Now, luckily, since it was only a 3 hour long stream that I did on Friday, I was able to trim out that portion. So if you go to watch the show from Friday, which I don't expect anybody to go back and watch history until many, many years from now, but if you do happen to go back and watch the show, there's like a good couple minute chunk just chunked out of it, so that the stream would be streamable. Yeah, if I'm not sure who somebody is on Twitter and they follow me, I typically ask a very generic question, which is, I'll just say like, uh, hey there, saw your follow and was wondering how I might know you. And the reason for that is that there's a lot of bots on Twitter, and I try to avoid bot count accounts. So if there's no response back, I don't give a follow. But if somebody knows who I am, or they respond to it and they say like, "Oh, I saw you on so-so's channel, or I saw you on Twitter, or I saw you someplace," and I go like, "Oh, great, cool. I know you're AMC related," and I go like, "Yeah, awesome. I'll give you a follow back," because I figure if people want to hear what it is that I have to say, I want to hear what it is that you have to say, because that's important to me. Um, Having my fingers on the pulse of this community is absolutely vital to knowing what is going on in everybody's minds. I need to know that kind of stuff. So the more people that I can follow or listen to and see what it is that you're dealing with, struggling with, or what you're happy about. I mean, it doesn't have to just always be negative things. It could be positive things too. Really helps me to understand what the thought process is within the community and get like a broader idea of our basic psychology amongst us. Brian's asking, what is MULN? It's a ticker. It's a distraction. Mullen Automotive. Actually just typed it in. I forgot about that. So I believe they're yeah, it's to say here, a public American electric car company trading on the Nasdaq, headquartered in Brea, California, founded in 2014. Mullen owns other businesses, including Mullen Auto Sales, consisting of a chain of car dealerships in California and Arizona. I don't really get into um, talking about. I mean, I'll talk. I mean, I'll just say something brief about who they are, what they are, but I'm not going to go into specifics about what I think about the stock, though. Bob says, just watched your critique of Leo's shotgun approach. I thought you said earlier you modeled your approach based on someone else's idea. If so, who was that again? So no, that I didn't model it off of somebody else. I modeled it off of Leo's, and I was trying to give an example of if you were to follow Leo's plan, what would it look like for you in share ownership if you had less than 5,000 shares, right? It's a theoretical uh, sampling of the information that Leo used and taking a look at it from a perspective of somebody who had less shares. Um, Everybody who has different amount of shares in this play are should probably have different strategies on how they're going to trade in this. Um, so while his approach may work for him, it may not work for everybody. And so that's the important thing that I think he needs to acknowledge, but he doesn't really talk about that. And so he just talks about price targets. And I think price targets is kind of like one of the worst things we as a community could possibly do. Price targets is one of those things where when we set up price targets or limitations on how far we can go, we're saying that we have no faith that it can go higher. And what that does is that limits us on how high the price can possibly go. But again, at the same time, I don't think we should all be trading, the exact same way either. So there should be differing trading strategies. But as far as like trying to where you're going to trade at specifically, it's going to definitely have a lot to do with how many shares you own. You're trading. Um, your maximization, that's a word, I just made it up. In order to maximize the most potential out of what it is that you have in share ownership should be completely based on how many shares that you have. So if you're planning on trying to make the most out of your money, you're going to want to try and get to as close to the top as you possibly can in price. How do you know where that's at? If you start setting price targets or limits, you'll never get there because you'll run out of shares before you ever have a chance because you're selling on the way up. You'll run out of shares. And so the amount of shares that you'll have left to try and sell that at the very peak will be so small or non-existent that you won't get the most out of your money. And that's really us all holding together longer is really what causes the price to get to really astronomical prices. So for some people, I know there's a lot of people in here who want to see, you know, $10,000 a share or $100,000 a share or whatever your number may be. But I'm sitting here telling you, you don't have to have a number. You don't. You can make trades based off of indicators, which are indicators that tell you what the rest of us are doing. And if we're all trading off of indicators, then it helps us to hold longer and get higher prices. So I do want to note here that our sell walls rather, have disappeared. So it doesn't look like they're going to continue to resist price movement upwards. Our last minute of volume was 290,000 shares in that minute. It's either going to be an aggressive attack down here now, or it's going to be uh, uninhibited price movement upwards. Oh no, no, Bob. I did a model. So what I did is I modeled GME. I went through and did a minute by minute analysis of the price movements of GME, which led me to um, being able to discover some very significant um, algorithmic patterns in how um, hedge funds trade a squeeze. And so those are the kind of things that I'm going to be looking for, and I don't believe that they're going to change. There's an article that was written in 2014 that was basically confirming everything that it was that I was finding in the pattern trading that occurred in last year in January. So the fact that they haven't changed anything in that many years tells me that, and if you know anything about algorithms, they don't just change them. They may have little fine-tune tweaks that they can make to algorithms, but when you change a major portion on how an algorithm trades, then you could lose complete control of your positions. And if you do that, that costs you billions of dollars. So they're not just going to change the algorithms. Right, Mitch. That is one of the perfect golden rules. Use money you don't need because I'm not selling to break even. I'm selling to change my. That's what I'm talking about, man. Mitch, that's completely what I'm talking about. Like I'm looking for generational wealth here. I'm not looking for a new car. You know what I'm saying? Like this is one of those moments where you're looking for generational wealth, not how safe can I play this. But I'm still going to play it safe. Don't mistake me in saying that I'm not going to play this safe, but I'm be looking for indicators, right? Setting price targets and price floors, that's what institutions do. Why do they do that? Because they play it safe, like super safe. They don't believe in squeezes. They don't. They absolutely do not believe in squeezes. Even though they exist, they don't try to make their money based off of a squeeze. And Lion is an institutionalist, 100%. So the shotgun approach is not a bad approach for your specific point in time in selling, but understanding where you're at in the squeeze, setting price floors and targets, not the right way to trade a squeeze. That's the way that an institution would look at it, and that's why institutions try to make money on the front side through other means like derivatives, and on the back side through puts. Again, derivatives. So that's where institutions are going to be making their money. They're always trying to make money on the front side and the back side, but they're not going to ever trust in a squeeze play. That's not that's not how they work. They don't operate like that. Active, I have not talked it. Well, I mean, I kind of briefly touched on it, but one of the big things that was kind of a hot topic since I think Friday was is, I'm not going to say who, but it rhymes with who. I'm not going to say who, but somebody was suggesting that people should sell shares of AMC and try and go make other plays and then come back to AMC. And the one thing that I want to stress to you guys a lot is don't forget about those long-term capital gains. If you decide to sell your shares of AMC, you reset that number. Your capital gains, um, it's no longer long-term capital gains, it's a short-term capital gains. And so you get taxed at a higher rate if you decide to sell your shares and then come back into AMC. So that is something to consider because that could, and I'm not here to give financial tax advice, but I am here to tell you that there is definitely a loss of long-term capital gain uh, taxation versus short-term capital gain, which is much higher rates. And you're welcome, Bob. So 2 weeks says, Casey, when institutions sell, will that be the big 60% dip before the last rip? That is a great theory. That is a 100% great theory, 2 weeks. I would assume that that would be part of it. One of the reasons that you would see such a large dip just before the very top would be because institutions would be selling. Now the question is, and the big $1 million question here is that if you have margin calls and there's liquidations of hedge funds, um, will we see a dip of that size from just a small portion? Because they're actually, if if you believe that there's over 2 billion shares like I do in existence, would a sell-off of, how much do they own? Institutions own 187 million shares. Would that make a difference? Would it jump down? Would price jump down with 187 million shares, being sold off at a specific point in time, 60 or 70%? My guess is probably not as much as you would think. Brian says supposed to run after hours of pre-market, but I don't know why. Trent's saying watch the news, something coming based of trend I'm seeing in the market right now. Bob's saying wife change Empire Fire. Oh, here comes our reversal, guys. We just got the TD sequential values hit here. We hit our number 9, which means it's looking for a trend reversal now. So Bob says, how do you determine when you're on the backside? And it's simply go back and look at GME. And don't take my word for this. I want you to investigate more than anything, because I don't want you to just trust me. This is not a trust me bro moment. I hate bronomics. Go back and look at GME. Go back and look at GME and see what happened with GME and watch volume. Volume is by far one of the biggest indicators that tells you when you're nearing the backside. When you have a day over day decrease in volume, you're getting close. You're getting very, very close to the backside of the squeeze. But you need a second indicator to really let you know that you're on the backside. And what that is the dip sizes start becoming less. So when I talked about 60% dips or 70% dips that occur, those will be on the front side. Those big, huge dips will be on the front side. When you start to move into the back side of the squeeze, the supply and demand has diminished. And so you start to see lower dips because there's less activity or less volume trading, right? Because I already told you there's going to be less volume day over day as you're moving down the backside. But if you're seeing price dropping and volume increasing, we're not done. We still got lots to go. And that's unfortunately going to be the demise of a lot of apes that are out there. Because think about that. I mean, think just for a minute what it would be like to be at $1,000 and seeing the price drop to 300. Who's going to hold through that? Who's going to hold through that? Because without doing research, without knowing that you're not at the top yet, you would have no idea and you would probably sell somewhere in there. I, quite honestly, very, very frankly, and being completely honest with you, when I went through the deep dive of GME, when I saw price rise up to $150, drop down to 60 or $140 and drop down to 60 and then rise back up to 100 and something odd dollars, I'd have gotten the F out, because I don't know what it is that I know now. But if I knew what it is that I know now, which is volume is still increasing and it means that you're not even close to the end because there's still a lot of volatility and volume yet to come, then it helps you to hold because you know that the indicators are telling you that there's more to come. That's what you got to be watching for. And so I stress this really highly on this channel all the time. Every morning, I do volume predictions at 7 a.m. and I predict volume to within a very close amount. It's very easy to predict on a daily basis. Now, it's not always 100% accurate. It's not 100% accurate. There are definitely days where we have volume that exceeds or is less than what it is that I'm predicting. I don't mind being underneath my prediction volume. I mind being over. I hate being under. Or I hate being over. I don't mind being under. Why? Because when it comes time to start looking at volume predictions as this is moving upwards in price, if I know what the volume is going to be for the day and it's going to be less, if I know what the average volume is going to be for the day and it's less than the previous day, then I already know what my first indicator is telling me. Volume is starting to decrease. And you can know that in the pre-market. You can know it. You don't have to guess. You can know. So that already tells you your first thing. You can just sit there and just sit back and watch price. If you sit there and you go like, okay, well, yesterday's volume was 150 million. Today's volume's looking like it's going to be about 200 to 250 million. You can sit back and watch the price the entire time and just go like, wow, that's cool. It doesn't phase you. It doesn't phase you one bit. But you have to know these kind of things. And if you don't know these kind of things, then you're going to panic. And that's the last thing you want to do is make panic decisions on a life-changing play. Trent, maybe you can help me filter the news a little bit and tell me what it is that you're seeing. We got about 2 minutes. I'm going to start taking a look at the technicals. Absolutely, Bob. This is a learning channel, and I don't mind helping out at all. We're all learning together through this, and if I can help you to be successful, it helps me to be successful. The more people that I can help, the more I can help myself. So, but I don't want you to just trust me. I want you to go find out this, go research this yourself and go look at this data. I want you to see it. I don't want you to just trust me. Let me start refreshing Fidelity. So the price has moved up to the simple moving average after having dropped down here. I can guarantee you that some of these data points here hit the 2 sigma on the Bollinger Bands, but since I have mine set for a 3, nothing really hit it. This is where they could start attacking price back down and lowering volume. Volume's down to 95,000 shares a minute the last minute, so they're definitely driving down volatility and reducing volume at this point. This is how they start controlling price. Like I said earlier, they're going to want to keep the price below 16.18 by the end of the day today. There's some nasty looking indicators that will signal for huge buying by additional retail investors, day traders, if they don't keep it under 16.18. All right, guys, it's 9 o'clock. Time to take a look at the numbers. Coffee. Let's take a look at the numbers. For those of you who are new to the channel, I'm just going to tell you right now that when I'm going through these numbers, I can't see what it is that you're writing. So if you have questions, save them until you see the screen set up like you see it right now with my picture. that's when I'll be able to start reading your questions, and I usually start looking at what it is you guys are writing again. So until then, I would just, any direct questions to me, I probably will not see. Here we go. Taking a look at the data. Price prediction tallies. You can see there that I won last week. The only reason I have 6 points is because I got the bonus round of getting the we had to have a tiebreaker, and so the tiebreaker for anytime we have price predictions for each day, it goes to the person who has the average price closest to the prediction for the Friday. So mine was closest. I was 10 cents down from the closing price on my average price prediction. For those of you who are, again, that are new here, this is just for fun. This is not meant to be some kind of trading indicator. I'm terrible at it. I won last week, which is very unusual. I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm probably the worst of the four that are up here. They're all like, "Thanks for throwing us under the bus." No, I seriously, I would say that I probably get win weeks less often than anybody else out of the four that I have up here. And we have some really good price prediction gentlemen up here. I'd love to get a lady on the list eventually, and there's no reason why we should discriminate. We'll get a lady ape up here eventually. But Monty, Eric both did perfect. Eric actually has had 3 weeks in a row where he's had price predictions correct every single day. 3 weeks in a row now, and congratulations to him. Price predictions for today. I have 15 to 18. Eric has 1480 to 1780. Keto has 1513 to 1813, and Monty has 1435 to 1735. We get a $3 limit that we're allowed to guess between. So most of us, it looks like, are bullish on price movement for the day today. It's just for fun for beers and ice cream. It's not anything that you guys should be taking financial advice from, I promise you. Taking a look at True Demons MOASS trigger indicators, right below that is the short exempt volume. We have short exempt volume doubling on Friday from 20 to 41,000 shares of short exempt volume, which is actually still a very low number. Utilization at 100%. We are now on day 29. 29 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Day over day price increase last Friday was a 4.02% increase in price on the stock. So we did pretty well. We had a really good week last week. Day over day, there was some good movement. Taking a look at off exchange. Right now, what you're seeing right now is these are the numbers right next to me. The off exchange, those are the numbers from Friday. I'm going to refresh it, but I would expect to see around 43% in the off exchange, and the CBOE EDGX at somewhere around like 10 or 11%. So anything higher than those numbers would be higher than average. Okay, so off exchange currently showing 46.59, which is definitely high. Look at the CBOE EDGX. That's the ETFs. They are stuffing massive amounts of price discovery into the CBOE EDGX. 15.7%. That is higher by 3%, 3.2% higher than the 30-day average. Super, super high. So price discovery being suppressed heavily through the ETFs. Moving down to the bottom left-hand side, Ortex data here. Let's give that a quick refresh and see where we're at. $75,000 shares having been returned, according to Ortex. That's going to have very little impact on the estimated current short share interest of the free float, which is currently at 21.03%. Cost to borrow max is at 2.32, but I want you to see that the average is at 2.22. Somebody had mentioned that it had come down. Just the max has come down. The average is actually still higher than what it was, because I think the average used to be 1.5, but now the CTB min is actually 1.5. So it's still up there. It's just that the max is low. To me, what that looks like is competition between lenders. So lenders are competing really heavily to get their shares loaned out. Moving to the top right-hand side, institutional share ownership. When we refreshed it earlier this morning, is 187.8 million shares. We're not going to see this move right now. We're kind of like in the 2 to 3. I don't know how many weeks it's going to be. It's just kind of this gray period of time where quarterly 13F filings are just not happening, and so you don't see too much change on Fintel. But 187.8 million shares is what institutions owned as of earlier this morning. Let me refresh and see where we're at now. I don't expect any changes. Yep, 187.8, still the same. Max pain for the day today is $16. Let's take a look at the options. See where the highest amount of volume is. On the calls, the highest amount of volume currently is at a $16 strike price. That's exactly where it was on Friday where we left off at. It's still $16. There's 3.2 thousand contracts. That's exactly where I would expect us to be. That's kind of normal amount of volume. On the puts, they are actually buying puts. Well, I would say out of the money, but they're not now because it's six. Well, yes, they are out of the money. They're buying a lot of puts out of the money. At a $16 strike price also, which is $1 up from last Friday, there is currently 3.8 thousand contracts. So right now, as far as volume goes, it looks like the market's kind of indicating 16 bucks is where they want to finish this. Until this starts moving one direction or the other, we'll probably see a lot of volume just kind of picking up at that point. Let me move a couple screens. Let's take a look at Ortex data. Here's our utilization at our nice 29 straight days of 100% utilization. Here's our on loan amount. There was a dip on Friday. So we went from Thursday to Friday, we went from 135.22 million shares on loan to 133. That's a 3.2 million drop. Yeah, 3.2. So what does this mean for on loan average age per day? If your on loan amount drops and your on loan average age per day drops, then that tells you that you have a bunch of older loan positions that were closed out. That's bad. It's not necessarily good, it's kind of bad. But it's also kind of good. It could be bad, it could be good. It depends. It depends on whether or not what you see happening to the price. If price is rising, then that means that it's good because it means they're trying to get old loans off the books before the price starts spiking. It's bad if the price is dropping. It means, well, it would be very unusual to see price dropping and seeing them closing out positions. It could mean that you're towards the end of the life of a stock. But in our case, on loan average age per day increased. What does that mean? If your loans decreased, but your on loan average age increased, that means they closed out new positions. It means they closed out the younger life loans, which means that the pressure on them to close out older positions is still strong and building. And you can see that in the trend of this number, continuously going up further and further and further. So that's looking very, very good for us. Ortex estimated short share interest of the free float also dropping. That's going to typically that's more than likely the 3.2 million shares on loan that dropped is why your short interest dropped. Excuse me, is why your short interest dropped. It was short interest that was closed. But it was new short interest, most likely interest from last week or maybe 2 weeks ago. So all this data looks really, really good to me. I like what I'm seeing. Orders by Fidelity. AMC and GME are not on the top 10 list. We do have low volume this morning, so I would not expect to see us up there. Let's see where we stand on here. AMC currently in 20th. We have a 55% buy to 45% sell ratio. I don't like to see it under 60-40. I just don't. So there's definitely some selling going on probably. I mean, you can see there's 45% selling going on. It's higher than I would like to see. But it's not in that danger zone yet. Danger zone is like when you have danger zone is when you're less buying than selling going on. That's definitely danger zone. GME coming in at 26th. They have a 63% buy to 37% sell ratio. So GME also suffering from low volume, which is more than likely due to a lack of liquidity in the market, which is fine. 1422 is the trigger price for SSR for the day today. Shares available to borrow up to 750,000, up from 100,000 earlier. So they've been adding shares back in. Where are they coming from though? More than likely they're coming from the ETFs. That number has also been increasing as well. Again, I told you earlier, price suppression going into the ETFs heavily. That's probably why you're seeing the numbers picking up. Fee for borrowing, 1.5. That number's definitely increasing. Ugh, I don't like seeing this number. 24,000. It's not terrible. It's just I don't like seeing I hate seeing retail lose money in the derivatives, and so it just bothers me because we were at 60, we were less than 60K this morning, and out of the money call options, and now we're at 72. I want to see this stay under 100,000, and it's driving up too fast. 24,000 contracts are in the money on the call options. 39.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. I really want to see this stay under 100K. And it's already driving up pretty quickly. NASDAQ is down 0.89. Dow Jones is down 0.41, and the S&P 500 is down 0.27. The market currently has 4,105 decliners to 3,498 advancers. The VIX is up 2.39. IWM is down 0.31. Tesla is up 1.31. Amazon is down 0.74. Cinemark up 0.31. Doge is down 0.42. Bitcoin is down 0.76. GME is up 6.11. HYMC is down 6.74. Hood is down 4.61, and AMC is up 2.82 when I saw it. Now it's moving all over the place. Inflow versus outflow. We currently have more inflow by about $2 million. $2 million. Our volume is actually somewhat decent. Let me just check and see what kind of pace we're on. We've traded so far 8.47 million shares for the morning. Let's see what kind of volume pace we're on here. This is why volume is so, I check this all the time, guys. It's important to know what your volume's doing for the day. So let's see, we were about 44 minutes into the trading day. That puts us on pace for about 75.3 million shares traded for the day today, but that will go down. We start off every single day with very high volume, move into a low volume period. Sometimes it picks up towards the end of the day. So I do expect to see that drop. The volume prediction for the day today is 15 to 35 million. So that will definitely end up dropping down a tad. On our daily indicator, on our Vortex, and I'm just looking at Vortex indicator right here, these two lines, and the RSI. On the Vortex indicator, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.07. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.49. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.26, which is definitely above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.72. As you can see here from this trend down, we broke through, had a TD sequential flag, which signaled a reversal. Here's our reversal moving through the simple moving average and continuing to move up and almost touching the top of the Bollinger Band here, which is signaling for a return back down to the simple moving average. What we're kind of playing right now is a little bit of a wedge formation, which will probably be very difficult for me to get a read on. And will likely not hold this, but I'll draw it out anyways. Very difficult to determine whether it's going to break out of or down out of a wedge. This is pointing towards the bottom. Oh, it looks like it's pointing toward. I think it's pointing towards the top. It's hard to say where this is pointing towards. Hold on one second. Yeah, it's pointing towards the top side. Just barely though. Usually this breaks out going the opposite direction of whichever way the trend channel is pointing towards. So in this particular case, you have a descending trend and volume falling, which is actually a bullish. So we have conflicting signals right now. So it'd be really difficult for me to determine which way this is going to break out when it does get down here. Always leaving out just a tip. We'll probably see a breakout somewhere in here. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. 2 weeks says, kind of sucks to have learned the market mechanics only to hit a decade bear market. Not really. That actually should be really exciting to you. The problem is you're just going to have to wait for it to hit bottoms. When it hits bottoms, well, actually, I should. It depends on how deep you want to go in the mechanics. Can you make money on the downside of a market? Absolutely. Is it risky money? Absolutely. But if you just want to trade long, when it gets to the bottom, there's going to be a lot of money to make. It'll be slow, but there will be a lot of money to make. Energy. Go back in the history and take a look and see what markets recovered the fastest out of a bear market. And you're going to find some interesting things that have occurred over time. Eric, I love your last name, man. What a cool last name, and welcome to the show. I wonder if are we related? Maybe. Who knows? Joe says, isn't there another source of information besides fake Ortex? So, like, I like Ortex data, Joe. I really do. I think it's a good indicator as to what's going on. I wouldn't just because you have incomplete data doesn't mean that it's not usable. You just have to understand what's valuable in that information and what's not. Dr. Zeno can't resist the pressures of coffee and donuts. Oh, Powell speaks at 11. Okay, that's 40 minutes from now. We'll take a look at it, Crazy Pepe. Thank you for bringing that up. I didn't realize that. 2 weeks says copy that 10-4. I mean, go back and look at it. Look historically at what recovers the best from a market crash. I mean, you've got this amazing wealth of knowledge that you have at your power now. The world is in your grasp, sir. And you can go back in history and you can see how history repeats itself. Use that to your advantage. Okay, okay, so it's 12 p.m. Got you. Powell for 12 p.m. Eastern. I got it. Let me pull up their page and see. What's today? The 21st? I wonder if it's even on the calendar. I've got a speech by Powell at 12:30 p.m. at the National Association for Business Economics Annual Economic Policy Conference in Washington, D.C. They do not have a link to that. On the 23rd, Mr. Powell shall be speaking. It says watch live panel on emerging challenges for central bank governors in a digital world. That's supposed to be held. It's a live conference at 8 a.m. on Wednesday. So whether or not I can get Powell without a link will be a could be questionable. Bumpy, how's it going, man? All right, we had another signal for a nine sequence trend, sequential trend, so we could see a reversal. Volume is definitely getting pushed down here. Let's see if we've got under 60K yet. Almost. They're real close to getting this under 60K. That's what the numbers would lead you to believe right now, Nosa. But as it always works out, volume continues to decrease throughout the day, every day. So um, that's why I kind of do that morning prediction based off the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Because if you just try to look at volume and what it's going to be for the day, by doing a rough calculation, it kind of cools off throughout the day. So Cannonball Bronco, I'll tell you what I like in this too, this 9 point trend. In statistical process control, or SPC, there's something known as Western Electric rules. In Western Electric rules, anytime you have 9 points that move in a direction, a static direction like this, it typically means that there's going to be a reversal or some type of you have it's basically a signal of an out of control movement. This is why I like this TD sequential so much, because that transfers over to this. You see a more than a 9 point, but signaling for 9 points at least in a price movement in one direction. To me, this means that there needs to be some kind of correction, or it's being manipulated, specifically being manipulated. Whether or not it gets the correction remains to be seen, but um, I would liken this indicator, this TD sequential, as something that's very similar to something we use in statistical process control. Hey, beach guy, how's it going, man? Welcome to the family. So I guess Nosa, I don't want to discourage you from not looking at your volume, doing like average pace volumes, because I want you to kind of get used to feeling what it's like to see volume moving in the morning versus in the middle of the afternoon and the late afternoon of trading. Um, I would just I would encourage you to continue to do that and just kind of keep monitoring that because it is a very good indicator for you to know and have a feel for in the future. You don't want to have this weird unknown feeling when you get into um, MOASS later and then just sit there and go like, wow, these numbers are huge and be all excited and everything, and then not realizing that it's going to cool off through the day as it goes on. And we also see there are definitely specific times where we see run-ups in volume in the middle of the day that just pop up out of nowhere and are completely difficult to account for or see as a trend. So when that happens, you know something very unusual is happening. You know, it's funny, Beach Guy, when I've gone on to Tony's or Froggy's channel, actually a lot of different any different channel that I go to, every time I see some names that I see from in here, it always makes me happy because I feel like I'm part of the family that's the traveling family. Everybody just travels around and finds different locations to get information from, which I think is really cool. There's no pressure for you uh, to be here. I'm here to record history, Beach Guy. Don't ever feel like you need to stick around here. Like I encourage people to go check out other streams, find information. This is just a place for us to be able to congregate, to see what's going on live throughout the trading day, and discuss what's going on live. So by no means do I want you to ever feel like you need to hang out here constantly. In fact, I oftentimes encourage people to take breaks. You need to. Looks like I moved my box back just a little bit too far. We're getting the breakout right now. Or it could be a fake breakout. We'll see what happens here. It's not quite all the way out yet here. So since we had this 9 point trend down and no reversal, it looked like it tried to reverse but didn't. This is, in my opinion right here, this is manipulation. Manipulation to price. Because this is what it should look like right here. You get your 9th point and then you see the reversal. I'm just a regular dude, Beach Guy. I'm just a dude playing a dude, pretending to be a dude, acting like I don't know, whatever. I didn't say the quote right, but yeah, I'm just one of y'all. Um, I'm just another AMC owner like the rest of us who has a desire to save AMC, make a crap ton of money, and watch hedge funds get flushed down a toilet. That's what I'm here for. And I want to document this process. I really want to. I want to document this process because I want it to go down in the. I believe I 100% believe that this is going to go down in the history books. It does. It does, Cannonball Bronco. Let me just read what you're saying here. I'm assuming this works on bigger time frames other than 1 minute, and if it continues through beyond 9 points, would that be established as a new trend forming to the upside or downside? I would say that it's no. If it violates the 9 point rule, and this is my opinion, I don't know enough about this rule just yet because I'm actually just I'm just now kind of I've never used this indicator before, um, so I'm still kind of getting used to it a little bit. But what I would say is that it's more indicative of abnormal movements. So if it violates a 9 point rule like this, and continues to move down, I wouldn't call it a new trend. I would call it even in the up direction. I would call it abnormal. Something's happening. Something unusual is happening. It's not reacting the way that the market should react. This is supposed to be, I believe, let me check this out again. 1 second. Yeah, it doesn't specifically say anything here. Let me pull up something real fast. This is saying that the TD9 and Fibonacci's on larger timescales can be a combination for predicting corrective phases, which is, I can see why that would be the case. What I would say, what I would say is this. I'm gonna throw this back here. Um, so it almost does look like this might have been a manipulated price movement, and it looks like it's having a correction off of that move. But what I would say is this: if you have a TD9 that prints and it continues to move in that direction, I would look at it from a larger time scale. And if you're still seeing movement of the same sorts, then it probably suggests even more that there should be a definite change. Now, on a 5-minute scale here, you can see we haven't printed a TD9 yet, so not the case. But you can actually find this if you move to like the daily. Let me get rid of all this rest of this information in here. You can see the daily actually does print TD9s, and you've got a TD9 here. You do see a slight correction and a little bit of a retracement and then breakthrough. And on the breakthrough, you get a TD9 to the top side, signaling a downwards trend. On the daily right now, as it stands, we are on a TD9 trend reversal. So um, the question is how far will the reversal go? Typically speaking, when I see us breaking the bottom side of the Bollinger Band, it usually tries to return to simple moving average before heading back down, unless there's really strong support to push us through the simple moving average, in which case you could see a complete trend reversal, and then you have a new trend, right? And then you would be counting points going up. Um, but it's a very interesting indicator, in my opinion. I think it's from my background, working with statistics, I I would use something like this completely, to kind of give me an idea of when I have a trend that's out of control. And then you would make some kind of correction to fix this, and that's what this is. This is a market correction to fix this trend of movement that's moving downwards. So I try to relate my background in engineering to and statistics to what it is that I see in the stock market. And there's some very applicable trend analysis that can be done that's relatable. Monty, I did get your price prediction. I got you down for 1435 to 1735, sir. Adam Webb says, "Do you think that there will be movies made about MOASS?" I do, 100%. That's a long time to hold, Beach Guy. That is a long time to hold, sir. We've been through a lot. I know, I know we've been through a lot. One of the most rewarding plays that I think I've ever had in my past took me 2 years to realize gains, but the amount of gains that I got from it was exceptional. So if you're willing to wait, then you may be willing to see exceptional things. Hey, Mike, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Welcome back. Welcome back, Remtech. Gus, I hope not, man. I've been in this. Well, I want to say that I've been a part of the ape community since the 20. It's minor dates, but I've been in since my first original 2 shares of GME that I purchased was on. I think it was the 20. It was either the 27th or the 28th. Um, I can tell you the price was $350. So whatever price it was, when it was $350 is when I got into it. It was 350 a share. I think it was the 28th. It might have been the 27th. Let me just check something real quick here. It doesn't really matter. 27th, 28th, it doesn't matter. It's one day. But my AMC position, I can tell you, was well, I'm not even sure on that one. I think it was either the January 28th or 29th. I get my dates a little mixed up there, but I know it was definitely in January that I got my position, and I know it was before the 31st and the 30th. So I'm pretty sure it was either 29th or 28th that I bought my original shares of AMC. And then we got down to $6. I bought it in originally. I think it was around like $14 or something like that, or maybe it was 15 for AMC. And then when we got down to $6, I had a moment. I had a moment, and I looked at it and I said, you know what? I'm over half of my funds down at this point, and I said, I believe in this company. The fundamentals don't look good, but I know that the company can return and can absolutely do well again. So, and there's no way that the company was worth $6. And I said, I'm doubling down on this because I believe that this can go much, much higher. And so I doubled down. I don't remember the exact date on that, on the $6, but it was when we hit $6. And I'm like, this can't possibly go down further. And sure enough, it went down. I doubled my position at 6, and it went down to 5. And I was like, oh, son of a bitch. And then it started taking off from there. It just started moving back up. It was slow. It took time. But such is the market. You have to be patient. You really have to be patient. There is no such thing as um, quick, fast wealth unless you're talking about buying, lottery tickets. And even that could take a long time because you may be buying lottery tickets for a long, long time before you ever hit. So, so the idea that you can just buy into something and just have something magically happen overnight is just not how it works. It's not. You can make some good money in short periods of time, but not life-changing money. That's something entirely different, and that comes through time. I'm not saying that 2 weeks, bro. I'm not going to go there. I'm just telling you a story. Yes, I will, Gary. I will 100% be alive and kicking uh, during MOASS and streaming. I don't plan on going anywhere, but I can't. I can't promise you anything. Who knows what life has in store for me? Um, but my plans are to be a part of this. I want to document it more than anything. Um, well, there was something I was going to say, beach guy. I'm telling you, 2 weeks, bro. If we get back down into those ranges again, um, I'm selling stuff around the house. I will triple down. Well, maybe not triple, but I will definitely be adding to my position. I just I haven't sold things in the house yet. But if we get there, I can almost guarantee you I'm selling stuff inside the house because there's just no way that this. I don't believe it. I don't believe the stock is worth 5 or 6, 7, 8 bucks. It's just there's just no way it's worth that. It's worth much, much more. And no hedge fund is going to scare me out of my position. They just won't. I can see the numbers and I know what it is that they're doing. And I can see what it is that you guys are doing, more importantly. And when I have the faith in knowing that you guys are buying and holding as well, it helps me to continue on doing what it is that I do. And I see it. I see it completely happening within the community. The community is very, very strong in holding this. And that excites me because this kind of stuff doesn't happen. It's rare. It's extreme. I hope you guys can appreciate how rare this is. It is completely rare. We are defying all odds. All odds. Dan's like, there's gonna be a bunch of Dans running around if there's anything I'm gonna do. Nosa, I am capital gains. In fact, I think my double down amount. Let me go back and check prices on in the history because I honestly don't remember the exact day that I bought or doubled down on, but I just know that it was like down to $6. So let me go back in the history and see. I wouldn't be surprised if I can't even go back that far. Let me go back to my data from my Excel spreadsheet because that has it. Hold on a second here, because I'm almost positive that um, at this point in time, I would have doubled down. So we hit $6 on, here it is right here. It would have been February. It would have been February. It would have either been like February 8th or 9th. No, it would have been the 8th. What day of the week is that? Let's see if it makes sense to me. Man, that wasn't much longer after my first initial. I didn't realize how close those times were because my initial position was like the 28th, and then I would have doubled down like 2 weeks later because that's a Monday. That actually kind of makes sense. It probably was February the 8th. Uh, it could have been. There's a slight chance that it could have been on the way back up from 5 that I bought in, which would have been like 223. So all my shares should be, or very close to being, um, exempt from short-term capital gains. Most, if not all. I have bought some since then. So, in fact, I've actually purchased quite a few since then. So not all of my shares, because I've definitely got some shares that I purchased at much higher prices, which I'm embarrassed to say, but it was good for the movement. If we don't have price resistance to or price pressure resistance, buying pressure to price moving down, then we're not doing our job to make this squeeze. Yeah, I'm sure of it, Gary. I'm sure it won't be just one day though, Gary. It's going to be lots and lots of days. I can promise you that. Hi, Casey. What is the negative borrowed change? Negative borrowed. Hold on a second. Hmm. Oh, I think I understand what it is that I'm trying to understand the question. So, negative borrowed change, and I'm assuming you're talking about Ortex. I think I figured it out. Okay, so you're talking about Ortex. You're saying borrowed change and it's negative sign. That means that they've returned shares. That means that they've returned shares on loans. Now, don't look at that number as the complete number for right now. That number is going to change. It will 100% change throughout the day as the day goes on. So sometimes they'll be borrowing more, sometimes they'll be borrowing less. But what that means is that they've returned shares on loan. Uh, so they've closed out loan positions. There's less borrowing. Ooh, I love that Duncan. Man, Duncan's such a smart guy. They might have the fancy watches, but we own time. Oh, it's a Taliban saying? Oh, that's terrible. Ah, you got me. You got me though, Duncan. That is a really good saying. I like that. Actually, there's a Russian saying that my dad taught me, uh, and I wish I could say it in Russian because he said it so cool. But the gist of the saying is that repetition is the mother of all learning, and I love that saying because I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. I, because over here in the United States we have that same saying, and it's practice makes perfect, and I hate that saying too because practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. If you practice to fail, you will consistently fail. You have to practice perfectly to get perfection. But I do like that we own time. That is a good one. Might have to use that sometime. I'm gonna leave the Taliban part out though. There is no giving up, doctor. This is what I've been trying to say for a long time. Hedge funds only have two options. They either have the option of bankrupting the company or going bankrupt. There is no other option. And that's why. They can't they can't give up. There is no other option for them. They either have to do something, pull some kind of stunt like they did with GME and hope that people go away, or they ended up getting margin called and going bankrupt themselves. There is no other option. It's either they bankrupt AMC or they don't, and they go bankrupt themselves. That's it. AMC Panda says did 29th hard, then double down on 22, then triple down 526. Those numbers are really close to what I think I did as well. I didn't triple down in 526, but I went out and I sold my dream car. I sold my dream car for more shares of AMC, and it wasn't on the 26th, but it was because actually it was the 20. I think it was 25th. Let me go back and check and verify here because I don't want to give you wrong dates, but I think it was March 25th. I mean, I'm sorry, May 25th. I said March. It would have been the 26th. I don't know. I have to go back and look and see. But I sold my dream car, and I definitely put way more shares. I didn't just double down. I definitely went in much harder and more aggressive into the play. You know, there's going to be people like that, Beach. Um, I want to call you BG. I like Beach Guy, but I just want to call you BG instead, if that's okay. BG, I think there's a lot of people like that, man. There's a lot of people like that. Um, what I like to tell people is that diamonds are formed under pressure. And right now he's under pressure, so he's got to decide, is he going to be a diamond or is he going to be a dud? He doesn't have any realized losses until he sells. David's saying someone is saying AMC will drop to sub tens. Someone's saying you should sell your shares. That's fine. Let the sub tens come. If they do, David, it's not going to bother me one way or the other. It's just going to give me an opportunity to buy more shares at a much cheaper discounted price. Bring it on. It would kill them though, doctor. Go look at their books and see how leveraged they are. It would absolutely 100% kill them to cover. They don't have when you consider the amount of shares. That this is the reason to answer your question, doctor, is how many synthetic shares do you believe are in existence? Because what you're talking about is to cover. In order to cover, would be so massive, so epic that they can't cover. They don't have the ability to undo what it is that they've done. Yep, that's exactly right, Duncan. Amateurs do it until they get it right. Professionals do it until they don't get it wrong. Oh, that's terrible 2 weeks. Why am I laughing? That's terrible. That is terrible. Gary, I can't tell you when to sell. I can't do that. Um, I can tell you what I think are good indicators for you to sell. I think it'll be painfully obvious to you when I'm selling my position. I don't plan on telling you what to do, Gary. It's your money, it's your choice. I can't tell you those kind of things. I just can't. You've got to make those decisions. But I'm definitely going to be here for you. Originally, I said I would end the show when I sold my position, but I'm not going to do that. I will stick around for people, but I would entice people when you've sold your position to not come back to the show. Don't come back. I have a place for you. I have a place for you to congregate afterwards for those of you who want to talk about your experience and celebrate with others who have exited their positions. I have a place for you, and when the time comes, I will tell you where to go to be able to do that. But I would encourage you that when you do exit your position, that you just don't come back here because it would be doing a disservice to people who are still in the position. You know what I'm saying? Does it make sense? It should make sense to you. Oh man, that's cool. I used to do a little bit of surfing myself in San Diego. I like my roaming grounds would have been like Point Loma, um, La Jolla. Those are probably my two biggest stomping grounds. Horseshoes. Hit a couple times, not very often though. That's pretty cool, man. I'd like to return to surfing one day, if I can get this body back in shape again. That's one of my goals after this is all said and done. You'll like. I have a little speech that I do on here about. I relate it to the grass is greener on the other side, and one of the things that you'll really like whenever you happen to hear it is that I talk about um, standing out on the beach, looking into the ocean, picking your spot for where the swells are hitting the biggest breaks, going out into the water, sitting there waiting for your set to come in, and you look both up and down the beach and see that there's bigger waves both directions. So you start paddling down to that other spot, and when you get there, where you just came from has some of the biggest breaks you've ever seen. And so by the time you paddle back down to where it was you were at, you end up realizing that you just missed your set, and you now have to sit there and wait again. And what I try to do is I try to relate it into this market is that you entered into this position with AMC looking at it from the shoreline. You were standing out at the shoreline and you looked at it and you said, "This is good. This is good." Now you're in the water. You're in the water, sitting in the water right now, waiting for your set. You're waiting and waiting and waiting, and you're looking up and down the beach and you're going, "Oh my God, everywhere there's these other huge waves that are going on. And if you leave and you go down there to go try and catch that wave, it's gone." And you come back down here and now you have to wait some more. And more than likely, your energy's less than it was because you've just spent a bunch of energy or money trying to move your position. Trust in yourself when you're standing out on the beachfront, when you're standing up on the shore and you're looking into the water and you're looking for your spot to get in. Trust yourself. You made a decision when you were out. Trust that decision. Don't second guess yourself. It's those second guess decisions when you're in the water that get you in trouble. Do you think they had the power to exit their position organically after they doubled down on their shorts at any time after January or even June? I don't. That's great, Nosa. Where am I going to find the time? You know what the problem is, Nosa? The problem with that is that if I went and took one of those classes, they would tell me that it would be ethically incorrect for me to tell you uh, exactly how to play this play, and so then if I gave you advice on it, the license would just be revoked. So I can't. You know, it's we're tied. Our hands are tied. Sounds like fun, BG. I'm down. Mm, hedge fund shark. Dan, um, the sharks always nudge you before they bite you. They always give you a test bump before they come at you. Usually. I should say usually. Depends on how much splashing you're making. It's probably not you, BG. It's probably me. I don't mean that in like a relationship wise, but I have really poor streaming capabilities, and sometimes you have to hit the live button and just catch back up, and that's my fault. It's not your fault. Um, I can only do with what I have available to me, and I just live in an area where internet just absolutely is atrocious, and I apologize. It's not in my control, and trust me, I've tried everything. I'm lucky that I can even get a stream going, honestly. Let me fresh. It is time to do a technical analysis run and take a look at our numbers, guys. Give me just a minute here to run through Fidelity, and then we'll take a look at the numbers. Alrighty. Again, once I go into starting the technical analysis, until I'm completed with it, I won't be able to see what it is that you guys are writing. So if you want to specifically ask me a question, yeah, out of breath. If I run out of breath, don't ask any questions. Don't ask any questions until you see the setup just like it is right now with my picture. Otherwise, I'll probably miss your question in the field of what it is that you guys are saying. I tend to not scroll back up. Thick is saying, and before I transfer to the other page, Thick is saying, excuse the low percentage learning curve. Is this a possible Le Cup in Handel? We'll take a look at it. When I come back over, and we'll take a look at it and see if I can find a cup and handle situation. I see a little bit of what maybe it is you might be seeing right here, this little cup and handle signal here. This is a very short period of time. This is from 10:13 to 10:58. I mean, it's less than an hour's worth of data. Cup and handles can happen intraday, um, but they're more reliable on longer periods of time. So keep that in mind. So let's go ahead and move over and take a look at some of the numbers here. So now it starts the time where I can't see. This will go a little quicker. The deep technical analysis is done. Oh, shoot. I just noticed Max Payne says 1550. How did that change? Huh. Wait, hold on a second. I gotta check this out real quick. I refreshed it this morning. Oh, I think I might have been looking at the wrong number, guys. I told you guys 16 earlier this morning, and it's actually 1550. I think I was looking at the wrong number. Nobody said anything. Very interesting. Um, Anyways, moving on. Let's take a look at the off exchange. Not in depth, not as in depth as I normally would do. I only do in-depth readings when I first start the show in the mornings and at the first half-hour reading into market open. Otherwise, I just kind of skim over some of the data for technical analysis. All the rest of the hours on the hour. So we're up. We're up on the off exchange of 47.65%. That's about a percent or two lower than what I would expect for this time in the morning. The CBOE EDGX is still very, very high, but it did come down a little bit, so not as much price suppression going through the ETFs in volume-wise as there was earlier, but still much, much higher than the 30-day average. Let's give good old Ortex an update here. I know you guys don't like Ortex. I do. I think it provides some good information. All right, borrowed change. So an hour ago, it was 75,000 shares having been returned. It is now 244,000 shares having been borrowed. That won't have much of an effect on estimated current short share interest of the free float, which is currently showing 21.06%. Cost to borrow max 3.94. That jumped way up. Cost to borrow average 3.45. There is some heavy competition in borrowing right now. That is much, much higher than what we've been seeing. Heavy competition in borrowing. Might be getting scarce. What's next? Options. Highest amount of call volume is at a strike price of $16 still, but there's a very close runner-up at 17. An hour ago at $16, there was 3.2 thousand contracts. Now there's 7.8. That's maybe just a tad bit higher than what I would expect. Not much. Pretty normal volume. At a $16 strike price for the puts, an hour ago there was 3.8 thousand contracts. There is now 6.9. It does seem like there's starting to become a little bit of an imbalance of more call options than put options, for sure. Give me just a second while I transfer a couple screens. And orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are not in the top 10 list as expected since they do have low volume right now. AMC slipped down to 22nd. I think we were in like 20th an hour ago, if I'm not mistaken. So we may have dropped 2 spots. We do have a 54% buy to 46% sell ratio. Not the greatest. GME's slid all the way down to 30th spot here with 62% buys to 38% sales. That just means low volume. I'm not particularly thrilled with our 54% buys to 46% sell ratio, but it's not the end of the world. It's not. It's not the end of the world as we know it. Trigger price 14.22 is the trigger price for SSR for the day today. Shares available to borrow. In the last hour, I do not see any borrowing. Only returns 1.5% on fees. The total amount of shares borrowed so far, according to Stonko Tracker, just under 1 million shares at 0.95 million shares borrowed for the day today. 24,000 contracts are in the money on the calls. 72.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. 39.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. The Nasdaq is down 0.54, Dow Jones is down 0.37, and S&P 500 is breaking even. We currently have 4,039 decliners in the market to 3,571 advancers. The VIX is down 1.97, IWM is down 0.51, Tesla is up 1.72, Amazon is down 0.1, Cinemark is down 1.06, Doge is down 0.38, Bitcoin is down 0.89, GME is up 3.29, HYMC is down 7.41, Hood is down 4.69, and AMC is up 0.76. We have a 9-point trend reversal that occurred here. We hit our 9th point and still continued to rise. It's an abnormality, having that many points following and still having a rise. Now we have a correction back down to the bottom side and another 9-point trigger. Inflow versus outflow. Currently there is, a 12 million more inflow, $12 million more dollars of inflow than outflow. That's actually pretty decently high. Kind of surprised by that. 14.94 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Let's see. Looks like we're on pace for about 58.9 million. Now, I think it was Nosa that had mentioned something earlier about we were at a 70 million pace an hour ago. Look how much it's dropped now. We went from a 70 million share pace for the traded for the day today down to 58.9. It'd be really interesting to start tracking these. I would encourage one. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to encourage you guys to start tracking these decreases in pace throughout the day and see if you notice when we have larger pace decreases or less pace decreases, difference in how fast pace is moving from hour to hour. But we are on a 59 million share traded pace for the day today. My volume prediction for the day is between 15 and 35. I think we're doing the correct amount of volume to get or achieve those numbers. On the daily interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.29, which is right about average. On the hourly, we have ever so slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.39. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.9, which is above average. And in a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.68. When I'm reading these off to you guys, think of each one of these intervals as like a specific indicator with weighted value. So on the daily, when we have more pressure saying buying, it's saying that overall we have an upwards trend. When I move down to the hourly and I say that we have more selling pressure, then something less than a daily value is saying that on today's movement, it's a little bit less than normal for the daily, so not quite as heavily. On a 30-minute, it's saying, nope, strike that. It is heavily moving upwards, way more buying pressure. But then on a 5-minute, it says just the opposite. It says, nope, more selling. So each one of these has like a weighted amount of pressure. And so the closer we get 5 minutes is what's currently happening. What I would do is just kind of take each one of those and kind of weight them against each other and say, okay, how is our overall trend doing based off of each one of those time intervals, if that makes sense. If that doesn't make sense, I can clear it up maybe some more if somebody asks me to. But having said that, there's our reversal off the 9-point down, heading back up towards that simple moving average. Again, this still looks to me like we're just kind of getting a little bit of a wedge, and it's just, yes, we broke out down, then up through it. So to me, what this really is just a continuation more of this pattern that we're following. It does look like the wedge is starting to trend downwards though. So I'm going to move this out a little bit. Still a wedge. Leaving out just the tip. I'm going to draw a trend channel on this just because I want to see where it's trending to. Oops. It is trending down. So again, we have falling price, and for the most part, falling volume. We're probably going to see consolidation leading up to it. It'll probably break out before my box again. I might actually want to move this just back just a tad. Probably seeing a bunch of consolidation in here. The question is it going to break up or down? With price falling and volume falling, that should be a bullish indicator, meaning a breakout going up. However, this line, I believe, is pointing towards the bottom side of the wedge, typically indicating, no, it's pointing towards the top side of the wedge, which typically indicates a breakout going the opposite direction, meaning down. So we'll see. It could do very well exactly what it did earlier, where initially it breaks out going down and then has more of a violent move upwards. Somebody had mentioned sideways trading for the day-to-day. Very possible. Man, it's going to break out right now. My box is way too far back. We'll see what happens. The yellow lines that I have on here are Fibonacci retracements. They're showing levels of support and resistance off of a previous trend. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Brian's asking me who's my favorite AMC YouTuber. Ugh. All right, I'm gonna give you two. I'm gonna give you two just because I like old school and I like new school. Trey is my old school. I love Trey, man. I think he's a great kid, and yeah, I think I may have been one of the first people to call him a kid, and I regret it every single day because I know he's had to fight that. But he's a kid. I'm 45 years old. He's 24 or 25. He could be my kid. So that's not to take away from his achievements. The guy is amazing. I haven't done everything that in my lifetime at 45 that he's done in half my age. So he has accomplished way more than I have, and I think he's a smart guy, a very, very smart guy. My props to him. So Trey for old school. I think for new school or younger, not younger in age, but just one of the newer YouTubers is probably Trading with Emotions, TWE. I love him. Although AMC Bigums is definitely up there on my list for sure. It's very difficult for me to decide between those two, which one I'd have to pick. I'd probably lead more towards. I don't know, man. I really love TWE. He's a cool kid. He's a cool kid. Einstein saying, seeing what's happening with LME and the blatant outright theft, shouldn't we expect similar results with our exchanges in relation to AMC and GME? We're gonna see some. We're gonna see some shit, man. We are gonna see some stuff happen. I guarantee it. Do not for one moment think that we're not going to see some crazy stuff happen because I'll tell you what, the elites do not like losing their money. Absolutely do not like losing their money, and they will not just stand by and watch it happen. Things will happen 100%. That's why I'm here to document this. I know stuff is going to happen. I know it. But am I going to be scared about it? Heck no. I'm going to face it head on. I am not worried one bit because ultimately I believe in the process. They are playing in a market that's just as dangerous to them as it is to us. And they know it. Remtax says, are you shaving your beard today? No, man. Well, if we hit 90, let's go. I'll be dancing. Gary says, I'm totally brand new to this game and I'm batting 3,000. I mean, what a world to live in. What a world to live in is all I got to say. You're living through an event, Gary, that is going to go down in the history books. Someday somebody's going to listen to these videos and hear your names being said, and they're going to be like, dang, what an amazing opportunity that guy had. Wish I could have been him. Thanks, Remtech. I appreciate that, man. Oh, Brian, I did not. 2 weeks, bro. I have no idea, man. Just be prepared for anything. You know, they take the buy button away. Are you going to be scared? I'm not. It doesn't mean anything to me. They can take the buy button away all they want, and it doesn't mean anything to me. It's not going to scare me. Uh, somebody asked me a question. Ichimoto. Let's do it. We got to take a look at the Ichimoto. I can already tell you, we need to stay above 16, 18. That's the number that we're really looking for, and I can guarantee you they don't want us above. You can see it in the algorithms as well earlier this morning. But let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at our Ichimoto, our itchy booger. You guys are too much. I don't know where you come up with these crazy things, but it's funny. Taking a look at the 1 hour. Look at all this nastiness. Let's get rid of some of this noise. This is the 1 hour. So, a little bit of disappointing news on the 1 hour here, and it's that when your price movement touches down on the baseline, that is a 100% for sure you need to sell from a day trader's perspective. Their entry point likely would have been back here somewhere. This would have likely been their entry point. Their exit point would have probably been somewhere around here. Probably this candle wick that you see right here at 1655. Can almost guarantee you. That was probably a bunch of selling from day traders. Now, I mean, we're still moving up in price. Could they come back into this play? If price continues to move up above the conversion line and stays away from the baseline, there could be a re-entry point for day/swing traders. Let's look at the 4 hour because that's what they would do. They would say, okay, that's the 4 hour or that's the 1 hour. Let's look at the 4. What's going on? Now you see. Now you see. This is what I'm talking about with Ichimoto. This is it. This is what's going on here. It's in the cloud. This is a point of indecisiveness. And the Ichimoto cloud tells you you don't make trades in this stock during this period of confusion or uncertainty. And so this is what we're looking to defeat by the end of the day today with a $16.18 price, which is what we're at right now at this very moment. If we can continue to keep the price above this cloud, or towards the end of the day stay above this cloud, that's another entry point. That's a completely 100% entry point because the lagging line is above the price line. Your conversion line has already crossed over your base, and we are exiting the cloud of uncertainty. So that's what we're looking for. $16.18 is kind of the magic number. Gary says, hey Casey, did you like the movie Mr. 3000, Bernie Mac 2004? I don't remember it. Nancy Pelosi batting 1000. Remtac says, we got boogies. He better than dingleberries. BG says, I've got multiple exit strategies in place depending on how this plays out. After January 1st, I'm a firm believer they're capable of anything. It's a great indicator, Brian. It really is a great indicator. If you want to be a day trader / swing trader, it that with moving averages and what other one indicator? I think maybe RSI. That mixed with RSI and moving averages would be a trio of indicators. Now, a lot of people will say, "Wait, what about VWAP and MACD?" I hate those. I hate MACD and VWAP. That's just me. They don't jive with me. But I think Ichimoto, RSI, and moving averages would be absolutely crucial tools as a day trader. I'm not saying VWAP and MACD aren't good tools. I just don't like them. I just don't. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. It's all right. Maybe there's just a happy little tree. Maybe a stream that just kind of runs through the field. Maybe there's a happy little rock. You don't have to like it. Who was it? Tony? Was it Tony that was saying it? I can't remember if it was Tony or somebody was telling me that there's a saying. Oh, here we go. Bob Ross. Bob Ross. I just had a stroke. Excuse me for a second here. Bob Ross quotes, wash the brush. Just beat the devil out of it. I need to remember that one. Wash the brush. I can't say it. Wash the brush. That's just like it's like you got marbles in your mouth when you say, wash the brush. Just beat the devil out of it. Oh, I love that. Beat the devil out of the brush. And then he does his little like, you gotta love him. Thick is part of the Guinness World of Records. World Records. That's a tongue twister too. I can't talk right now. I need water. Speaking of records, I'm part of the Guinness World Record, largest parade of Nissan vehicles hosted by a trophy Nissan in Mesquite, Texas. That is awesome, man. And it's cool to hear you're from the same neck of the woods. Hmm. You know, Hayden, I don't think losing control is really the right word for it. Um, it just means that they're not doing synthetic price failure right now. Um, losing control is completely different. I think it looks like uh, like a rocket ship taking off. So I don't that's losing control. Just going up above 16, 18 and rising above the cloud is just normal trends. It's just normal cyclical price movement over time. It's Ichimoku. Ichimoku is the name of the indicator, and I may be saying it or pronouncing it horribly wrong. That is entirely possible. Oh, Brian, 100%. And if you're not looking for one, if you're not looking for a CPA or a shoot, where's my questions at? Hold on one second. I think I have questions written down here. I had an interview with a couple different. Where did I put those questions? You know, when I come back from break, I'm going to try and find the questions that I asked. There are some great questions that I think that I kind of formulated and put together when I did some of the searching that I was doing. If you haven't already searched for those kind of things, you're behind, man. Get on it. Get on it now because like waiting for this kind of stuff now, trying to find a CPA right now is like it's not going to happen. You're going to have to. You should have done this well before December, uh, like later in the last portion of last year. But trying to find somebody who will help you with your post MOASS finances is absolutely 100% critical. Hey, Country Pride. Um, you don't have to. You don't have to just follow me. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's lots of really good DD out there. In fact, I encourage people to check everybody else out as well. Um, I don't ever want anybody to feel like they're stuck here. You don't ever feel like you need to just be here. Just don't. There's a lot of good DD. I don't provide the best DD. I just provide different perspectives than other people have. But like I was mentioning AMC Bigham's last night, earlier. He's a smart dude, smart dude. Has some incredible DD. You know, there's lots of people, and I've been doing some of the collaborations with Tony and uh, Massalorian and also Froggy. I don't know too many of the other guys yet. Haven't met. I mean, just last night, I think John Wick was like for the very first time. I didn't even really get a chance to talk to him, but he was a part of that collaboration last night that I was in, and I don't know him, but I really liked a lot of the things he had to say. Country Pride, just in case, because I just want to warn you, there's more than likely going to be, I have moderators in here who I have one rule. I only have, in regards to speech and control of speech around here, there's only one rule that I have: no spamming of another stock without intent, which will result, and if you do, then you'll result in a silence and then a ban. Um, but I don't have any problem with people inquiring about stocks with purpose. So if somebody should happen to tell you or silence you by accident because you've got that GME/MULN in there, send me a tweet or something and just let me know, and I'll try and correct it. But that it's just kind of one of those things that I don't appreciate people just coming in here and just randomly. And it's just, I know it's part of your name. It kind of threw me off at first when I saw it in here and I realized it was part of your name, but it might throw off a moderator. Hopefully, most of my moderators are listening right now and just know that he's not necessarily trying to advertise those. I don't think. Well, maybe he is, or maybe he isn't, but it's part of the name. So, but I don't have a problem with you having it up there as part of your name. Like, I get it. That's totally cool. You can keep it in there, man. Keep it in. I'm okay with it. It just letting you know if you inadvertently get silenced or something like that, just know why that is. It, you know, it's the only rule I have on speech in here. It's the only rule. So and I know it's part of your name, and I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. You have convictions towards those stocks, and it's part of your name. I get it, and I'm cool with that. Um, but I'm just throwing it out there in case you do accidentally get silenced or banned. I'm gonna go ahead and take my break, guys. I will be back. I'm gonna come back about 10 minutes late. And like I said, I don't have any problem with people asking questions about stocks in here, other than AMC. I just don't like it when have people who come in and just drop like bomb drop some random ticker, and it's just like, nah, I'm not cool with that. This is an AMC channel. Like, come in and ask questions or something, but don't just name drop. You know what I'm saying? You didn't have to change it, but I appreciate it, man. Let me put up my message here, and I will see you guys. I'm gonna come back about 10 minutes late because I'm leaving 10 minutes late, so I'll come back at 11:10. Oops. So I'll be back at 11:10. The running joke around here from some of you guys um, is that every time I leave for break, the price starts to run. So it's not even really a joke anymore. It's more of a serious statement. It's like it's so predictable that it's not even funny. And so I will see you guys. Sometimes people tell me don't even come back. They're just like, yeah, can you just not come back, take a longer break? So I'll see you guys in a bit. Alrighty, I'm back. Let me refresh Fidelity and we'll take a look at the numbers. Looks like we're on the back side of my box here. Man, I tried to move the box up just a little bit based off of the breakout that we had earlier. Looks like I'm going to regret that. It's going to be it's going to happen right at the back side of my box, it looks like, maybe. Or maybe even some more consolidation. You bastard! All right, let's take a look at the numbers. I can't bear to see my box not hit. Ugh, come on, break out. Break out. Break out onto the other side. You know you want to. You can do it. Get in your home. Get in your home. Go. Come on, get in your home. Go, go, go. Break out. Break out, you bastard. Break it. Push. Yeah, so close. So close. Oh well. Here we go. Let's look at the numbers. So disappointed. Off exchange. 47.65 and 14.34 were the numbers from an hour ago. Let's take a look and see what they are now. 49.50 and 13.05. So the CBOE EDGX is right about where I would expect it to be for this time of the day. Off exchange a little bit lower than normal. Typically around now we would see about 52 or 53%. However, within the last three to 4 weeks-ish now, I want to say we're probably on week 4. Really close to about the time when we hit 100% utilization, we witnessed somebody drop out of either one or more institutions dropping out of price discovery being hidden through off exchange. And we've seen a significant drop in off exchange, ending the days somewhere around like 54%. Now we're ending 47 to 49%. So this is about where the new norm is now, but it's not the old norm. The old norm was much, much higher, around 54 right now, is what we'd be used to seeing happen. Moving on to Ortex. An hour ago, there was 244,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now down to 22,000. That will slightly lower the estimated current short share interest from 2106 to 2104. Cost to borrow max is at 394 and cost to borrow average is 345. There's definitely some competition on loan shares. Interest going up, 100% showing a positive increase. Taking a look at share options. I don't know why I said shares. The amount of options, the highest amount of volume for options is changed for the call options. It's no longer a $16 strike price. The highest amount of volume currently at a $17 strike price. An hour ago at 16, it was 7.8 thousand contracts. Now at 17, it is 9.4 thousand contracts for the clear winner. It's not that clear. It's only like off by 200, but puts, highest amount of puts, still at a $16 strike price. It went from 6.9 an hour ago to 7.6. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and ADD. AMC and GME are not in the top 10. AMC was 22 an hour ago. It's still in 22nd position. 55% buys to 45% sales, 5% less than what I would like to see at a bare minimum. So kind of hurting there a little bit. GME did move up the ranks a little bit here. They were in 30th an hour ago. They're in 27th now. 60% buys to 40% sales. They're also suffering buying orders. They're at the very bare minimum that I like to see. So not quite as much buying pressure as normal. 1422 is the trigger price for SSR for the day today. Shares having been borrowed. Only returns. So far, they've borrowed a total of just under 1 million shares, 0.95. Fee is at 1.5%. It's pretty high. 24,000 contracts are in the money on the calls. 39,500 contracts are out of the money on the puts. NASDAQ is down 0.12, Dow Jones is down 0.32, and S&P 500 is up 0.19. We currently have 3,955 decliners to 3,682 advancers. The market's starting to trend towards more advancers than decliners, which has not been the case most of this or all of this morning. The VIX is down 1.47. IWM is down 0.26. Tesla is up 2.14. Amazon is up 0.64. Cinemark is down 0.34. Doge is up 0.06. Bitcoin is down 0.49. GME is up 8.82. HYMC is down 8.52. Hood is down 2.94, and AMC is up 2.25. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow. Currently a $9 million spread. An hour ago it was 12 million more of inflow. Now it's 9 million more. There's our breakout. Just a little too early on my box there. 19.35 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. I think it was 58 last time we checked it. So I have us on a pace for about 44.1 million shares being traded for the day today. So definitely volume still decreasing. Our average pace, and I had predicted somewhere between 15 and 35 million shares having been traded for the day today. I think we're on pace for that. On the daily interval, just looking at Vortex indicator and RSI. This is the Vortex indicator down here and the RSI indicator up here. They're showing more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.17, which is right down the middle. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.54, which is definitely above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.82. And on a 5-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.33. Get our Bollinger Bands out here, and you can definitely see the breakout heading out there. Looking pretty good. And with that, let's see what you guys are saying. Screw the hedgies. Screw them. Thank you, Nosa. It made me laugh. Holy smokes, Crazy Pepe. There's a diamond on the side of the road that is moving fast. What the heck does that mean? Brian's saying, I didn't realize how corrupt the market was until I bought AMC. I get what you're saying, Crazy Peppy. Shiny things on the side of the road. Things you got to pick up. It's real easy to say something, Crazy Peppy. All you got to do is say, like, hey, can you show me the statistics or the data for such and such a stock? And then it makes it okay, right? It's just an easy way for me to tell the difference between intent and not no intent. If you want us to see something in particular, say, hey, can we take a look at the Vortex data for this stock or something? I don't know. Have intent. Got it. NRSN. You want to see some data for NRSN? Let's take a look. We'll turn off the cameras. We'll take a look at Vortex first. NRSN. Neurosense Therapeutic Limited. Very low short interest. Cost to borrow is through the roof. Shares on loan. So there's not a whole, I mean, there's a lot of shares on loan right now. Well, I mean, actually, I don't know how much there is. Let's see there. Well, it's not a whole lot. If it's only 40.46% of the total amount and utilization being super low at 13.81, there's not a whole lot of shares on loan. So this is not what I would describe as necessarily a squeeze play. As you can see, utilization is dropping. What was it before? 100% utilization just prior. On loan amounts were super high. There was a big spike on loan amounts. On loan average age per day. Look at this. Look at this indicator, guys. I love this indicator. Do you see why I love this indicator? Look at that dip. Look at that just monstrous dip there in the on loan average age per day and the rip in price immediately following thereafter. That's pretty crazy. It's such a great indicator to look at. Every single stock's a little bit different. AMC is somewhere between 0 and 15 business days that you get the rip. On this one, it signaled literally the day before the first starting of the price run up. Yep. Their free float's 5.99 million. What I will mention about this is that their average 3-month volume traded is 596,000 shares. So, one of my quick calculations that I typically run on this is to see how shorted the stock is I take your average 3-month volume and multiply that, divide that by your free float of, we're just going to call it 6 million. Yeah, it's 9.9. So basically almost 10% of their float is traded on a average 3-month volume. That's pretty heavily shorted. It doesn't look like a short play though, according to the Ortex data, until you start to look at the fact that they had 100% utilization. So the next question that really should be running through your mind when looking at something like this, NRSN would be who owns it. Hmm, doesn't look like anybody does. There's like 3 long institutions, and it doesn't even say how much they own. So my only guess to this is that there's some kind of news that they must have had of some sort or another. Oh, yep. See, they received FDA clearance on one of their treatments, so they're likely going to be very profitable on whatever it is that they got the FDA clearance on. Gosh darn it! I really wish I hadn't moved that backwards now. I won't probably talk about that, Jeff. I just read yours first. It says, "Do you think HYMC is a buy?" I don't talk about whether I would buy stocks or not. Brian says, "Can you tell what time pre and post times to watch for?" Um, I feel like there is some specific times to watch for. The first 30 minutes after market closes typically tends to be, if you see a run up, you do see run ups during that period of time. So the first 30 minutes after market close, and also pre-market as soon as the market opens, pre-market, there's usually some big changes during that period of time too. Um, HYMC is definitely taking a move. HYMC, Joe. Yeah, it's definitely moving. It was like 8% down or something, and it's definitely taking a move. The order book is extremely loaded on both sides. Extremely loaded. Oof. That is a nasty order book. There's like no spread between the bid and the ask. Actually, there is, but I mean, those should fill. That's insane. So right now you've got the the TD9 printing, which is indicating that you might see a reversal after this. We probably did miss Powell. I didn't turn him on because I didn't have a link to him, and I don't know that I'll be able to find it. Let me see if I can find it though. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get him on this one. Not unless I pick him up on somebody else. If I stream snipe it, and I just don't do that. Let me cover the news here. Give me a second. We got a little bit of a storm rolling through. I just heard something that sounded like it ran down the side of my house. So this is. I just want to read this to you guys. This is a news article from the Motley Fool, saying why the heck is AMC Entertainment buying gold and silver mine 3 days ago? They just they don't understand this. I think it's funny. I think it's absolutely hilarious that they're like wait a minute, they have no idea what's going on. They're going like wait what's why? I don't know. No sir, I will not swing this stock. Not a chance. I'm in it for life-changing money. I'm not getting pennies on the dollar. Well, it would be more than pennies on the dollar in a swing, but I'm looking for life-changing money here. Yeah, I don't blame you, Brian. Um, Believe it or not, I switched. One of my main sources for news any longer is Reddit, just because of the fact that I know it's coming from people and not necessarily mainstream media for the most part. And I quite frankly would rather have my news from randos than paid services. A lot of volatility coming back in here. I would urge you guys, more than anything, I would urge you to think after the MOASS is over to not do the first impulsive things that you would want to do. Sit down, write down a list. Do it now. Don't do this later. Sit down, write down a list of all the things that you really want to accomplish. After you get the money, go back, visit that list, and then sit on it for about a week. Like a week. Give it like a good long week. Maybe you quit your job and you live off the money for about a week and you just sit there and you just don't go impulsively just go buy random expensive things that you've never had before. Let it just sink in. Talk to people in the community. I have a place where we can go and talk afterwards and it's going to be protected. Um, Let it just sink in. Like just kind of revel in the moment for a week. And then go back to your list a third time. Go back to that list a third time and see if there's not things that you want to change or things that you want to do. But more than anything, just sit back and just revel in the moment and just kind of sit there and let your mind let that let that initial toxin of adrenaline and everything just flow over you and get through your body and like just finally just kind of come to terms with the idea that you've got something amazing. Let that stuff just kind of leave you and then you can start making some decisions. Because if you jump right into something right away, I can almost guarantee you're going to make some choices that you're going to regret. Now, I'm not saying don't go out and have yourself a nice steak dinner. I'm not saying don't um, maybe treat yourself to like a nice bottle of whatever it is that you want that you've never had before. But I'm talking about those big purchases, those really like like paying off your house or buying a Lamborghini or some of those really big things. Like sit down and really think and just let it wash over you, and then maybe decide and make some decisions afterwards. Yeah, I'm telling you, BG, because that's the last thing you want to do is make some of those choices. Hopefully, you guys are thinking about setting money aside for taxes. That should be first and foremost a priority. Um, I am not a tax advisor. I cannot give you financial tax advice, but I sometimes would recommend, or at least I consider for myself, that I'm probably going to stick about 40% of the money into an account that I'm not going to touch at all, period. 40%, whatever the number is that I walk away from. And do know that you do have to pay taxes on large gains like that much, much sooner than the end of the year. So make sure you're in contact with a tax professional so that you know when you have to pay those taxes because you don't want to be late on your taxes. But I'm thinking about sticking 40% of my money into an account. My state's a little different than other people's states. You might have to put aside a little bit more money than that, but put aside a portion of money for taxes that you just don't touch. And if you overestimate, great, no problem. If you underestimate, that's going to suck. Don't underestimate, overestimate. Have plenty of money left over so that when you do pay those taxes that there's money left over and you're like, wow, that wasn't as bad as I thought. What a much better feeling to have than when you see extra money coming out that you weren't prepared for. Powell says inflation is too high. Fed is prepared to raise 50 BPS. That's awesome. Here we come. But literally, I want you guys to sit down. I want you to write a list. Um, I'll probably have a show titled that, once we start really ripping. No, no, no. I should do it tomorrow. I should just do it tomorrow because I want you guys to do it before it starts ripping. Maybe tomorrow's title for the show will be Sit Down and Have Your List of what you want. That might be tomorrow's title because I want you guys to come up with that list. I want you to come up with like 5 or 10 things that you plan on doing to change your life. Because with life-changing money comes life changes. So I want you to come up with that list of like 5 to 10 things that you're going to change, fix, donate, whatever it may be. Buying back into AMC, it's a possibility. For me, it is. It's not a possibility. It's a definite. Uh, Interest rates points. I'm not sure what. Actually, I'm not even sure what BPS. Uh, base is it basis points. It's basically the percentage that they're changing. So 1 percentage basis point is equivalent to 0.01%. So in other words, when they just did this last 0.25%, it's BPS or zero point zero 0.01. So 25%, 25, not 25%, but quarter. They raised it by a quarter. So that would be 25 basis points. I'm kind of curious though. Who said that? I think it was Einstein. Einstein, I'm kind of curious though, is it 50 additional basis points off of the 25 that they just did? Or is he saying 50, like another 25 like right now? Because they just did 25. Is he saying they're going to raise an additional 25 like right now? Or like what? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the deal here? How fast? Jacob said AMC killed my relationship, so I'm getting strippers and weed for the first week, my guy. I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, your comment's funny, but I feel sad for you. I mean, I'm laughing because your comment's still funny. But I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that your relationship got ruined because of AMC. That sucks. Um, I can tell you this: uh, strippers and weed are just going to be things that are just going to make you feel temporarily better. What may end up happening after the strippers may not necessarily be temporary. Think about that. How long do you want to enjoy your new wealth? And are strippers really the way to go? I mean, I'm not trying to put a damper on anybody's party, but you might as well have a lot of extra time to spend the money that you're going to have earned through suffering. Weed, smoke as much as you want. I don't, I don't do it, so whatever. Each to his own, I guess. I used to know this answer 2 weeks, bro, off the top of my head. I want to say it's like I want to. There's differences. It's like 10 or 15% or something like that. I forget exactly off the top of my head. It's been way too long since I've researched it for me to remember exactly, but it's a good chunk. It's a very good chunk. Yes, 25 plus 50. Oh, man. So they're going to raise interest rates by almost a full percent in a very short period of time. Wow, 3/4. And Jacob, I want the best for you, man. Um, I can't even begin to tell you. Like, I'm excited for you. I'm really, really excited for you. But more than anything, I want to see you. I don't want to see casualties. The last thing I don't want to see is casualties amongst us. So hopefully, hopefully we can have a good time without having casualties. How's it going, Kevin? Yeah, we had a little tiny bit of a run, but then it came right back down and inside that wedge that I created from earlier. So it's almost like it was like a fake breakout. Let's get rid of the Bollinger Band here. Um, what I'm probably going to end up doing is having to extend this wedge for like a third try. Um, Let me just see if there's not like a bigger picture I'm missing here. Hold on a second. Are margin calls really a big deal? They're absolutely 100% a huge deal. So I'm not sure if you guys are seeing this or not, but what I did is I took out the extended trading hours. I can put them back in here, but they would just look ugly. But what I want you to notice is that with the extended trading hours, since we hit, actually I probably could take this back even further. I want to say since we broke this 1485, which is the reset for the new synthetic price failure, I want to say that most of our data, most of the data has been on an ascending parallel channel, right at the middle. I mean, there's been a few breakouts or attempted breakouts, but right now, as it stands, we're trading like right inside and right on target, with the trend line having ever since having broken past um, that 1485. Most of this data, not all of it, but most of it, is all inside of it. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep this here. Most of our data has been on an ascending trend line here, and holding well within it. And we've had three specific points where we've tried to test out and try to break out going upwards without success. But we have 321. These are all today. So we've had three attempts to try and break out of this all today alone. And in fact, 321 starts right here. So all of our data for today, except for these two lower points, have been above the trend line. Fourth time's the charm. So it looks like they're really trying to push it down right now, beyond the trend line. Jeff, I like it, man. I like your plan. Kevin says, "Do you believe MOASS will happen on a Wednesday like other times?" I was actually asked that question I think it was last week, and I said I would look into it. And to be honest with you, I hadn't looked into it. Um, I, it's possible. I mean, so it makes sense, right? Like, some of the big run-ups typically it makes sense to happen on like a Wednesday, right? Because most of your options are created on a Monday, and so you would see a lot of that. Like if there was a push to where price ran above control for the options, you would see options starting to go into the money by Wednesday. And if they were in the money by Wednesday, then they'd be most likely most profitable on a Wednesday than say, for example, like on a Monday or Tuesday. So from the derivatives perspective, I could see how that might make sense. Einstein saying, Hanzo, watch the balancing act they're doing on the commodities versus market indexes. It's pretty insane. I agree. There's an incredible balancing act that's happening right now. I don't think so, Brian. I don't think that they would suppress margin calls. However, we do know for a fact that the DTC, I think it was the DTC struck a deal with Robinhood to take and other institutions to avoid margins by taking away the buy button. That's how that all went down. So whether or not that could happen again, absolutely, 100%. But it's not going to change anything for us. And in fact, having seen what we saw the first time, I think apes are a little smarter now, and they know that the buy button being taken away doesn't mean that this is over. I would hope I would hope that's the case. If it's not the case, I'll know. I'll see it in the volume. I'll know what's happening. Hey man, Remtech, I totally get it, dude. I've had days, man. I've had days. Trust me. I've had days where I'm doing this show and trying to keep it together, and it sucks. I get it. I totally get it. If you need some time, Remtac, take some time. You don't have to be here. Absolutely, you don't have to be here. Get your mind in the right spot. Take a break. Deal with it, what it is that you have to deal with, because guess what? This isn't going anywhere. It's not going anywhere without you. You'll know if something happens. It will be on the news, plastered everywhere, and it will be impossible for you to miss it. So get yourself in the right place of mind because you need to be there eventually. So fix whatever it is that you got to fix and come back. But don't submit yourself to more mental pressure than you need to. And I love you too, Remtac, no homo. Just like Pebbles said. I'm still pretty committed to my position on this market crash occurring. Um, I it is heavily being propped up right now. Let me just check something real quick on the VIX. Look at this. They are trying so hard to get this to cross back over. At some point, this is going to fail. And if you know, if you go back and you look, if you go back and you look at 2020, it was the same exact kind of pattern where it crossed over. Um, I mean, it's not 100% the same pattern, but you can see where it tried to come back up, tried to cross over, and then just finally failed. And you have this massive VIX pop. And that's where we're kind of at, is one of those moments where the VIX is trying to recover, the market's trying to recover, and I think this is where it gives way. It gives way and it just absolutely starts popping. You can go back in 2008 and see the same kind of similar trend as well, right here. Right? It tried really super hard to cross back over right here, and just never happened and failed. So I think we're seeing the same exact patterns forming in our market right now, and so I'm still sticking to my guns on this one. We're at the bottom of this trend line right here. Two different trend lines, support trend lines in the market, and it's crossing through one and trying to touch the other. I don't think it's going to make it back through. I think this thing is going to start ripping. Not financial advice. Apes. That is awesome, man. Real chicken breast cuts inside this ramen. I ate ramen yesterday. And I'd had it again today, except for I had leftover lasagna from last night, so I was able to avoid it. BG, it is. I gotta say, I don't know why. I wish, I wish I understood why it was so chill in here. Um, I don't know why it is. I don't know, but we've got a good group of people, and all the new people that come just end up continuously being good people. We've got our Chans, we've got our bad backs. We love them. We love those are some of the names of the shills that come in here and love to you know poop on our parade. But you know what though? It makes it real. It really does make it real. Kevin's asking what dream car I sold was, and I sold a 2016 Dodge Challenger RT Plus. I don't care what model it was. It's not a high-end Challenger by any means, but I would say it's just kind of like rate average. It's not a six banger, but it was a step up from that. But it was the beauty of the car. It was the beauty of the car. I fell in love with the Challenger the moment that I saw it. It is one of the coolest cars I've seen in a really long time. It makes you feel like it's a throwback, but it's brand new. And probably one of the last real muscle cars out there, like a today muscle car. Everything else is not a muscle car. I'm sorry, but I can't agree to it. There are no muscle cars left other than Challenger, in my opinion. And man, I loved it. It was a lot of fun. I saw a Challenger just the other day. My wife saw me looking at it. She goes, "You miss it, don't you?" And I said, "Yeah, a little bit." I said, "What I really miss," because we were at the gas station. I saw the guy pumping the gas into his car. And I said, "What I really miss was the look on the guy's face when he was getting back into his car." I said, "I felt that every single time I got into my car, too. Oh, yeah, let's drive." Every single damn time you get into that car, you feel like, yeah, I'm ready to go. Let's drive. And it feels great. Oh man. Hum is asking what's a shill. Well, I probably used the term incorrectly, but I think for some of these guys it is actually correct. It's somebody who comes in and just tries to um, throw you off of whatever it is well, dang it, let's just look up the definition. I always try to say it and I never get it right. An accomplice of a hacker, gambler, or swindler who acts as an enthusiastic customer to entice or encourage others. So it's like somebody who could basically is like coming in like telling you like AMC is not the way to go. It's a dead fish, or dead cat or whatever. And it's basically like somebody like that. Somebody who's just coming in trying to mess up your play. So you can tell this is manipulation here pretty heavily. The fact that we had a 9 point downtrend and no reversal. Let's get the Bollinger back up here real fast and see where it's fitting on that Bollinger. Okay, yeah, these points were even touching the Bollinger Band, so price should be moving back up towards the simple moving average at the very least. And what I would say to most of this is that they had got words so unnecessary. Um, they had pushed volume down to under 60,000 shares a minute. Whenever that happens, it's really easy for them to drop the price quickly and fast. That's the same thing, quickly and fast. So, yeah, that's what they do. And so they did. They started pushing the price down, and now that it's hit this Bollinger Band right here, it's going to start trying to return back to at least the simple moving average before returning back down to a downwards trend again. So 2 weeks is asking a question that I really didn't want to have to answer. I don't know, man. Salty Dog. It sounds like an amazing car. I think you've talked about it before, and that's awesome. I love it too. I think it's a great looking car. It's like just the right amount of mean, but confidence, all in the same package. It's really cool. 2 weeks says, would you ever go electric instead of muscle? I don't know, man. Like, Ezreal's like, haha, Mustangs fan leaving this channel very fast. Well, good, because all you do is spin out and crash into curbs, you Mustang fans. Don't hate me, but it's true. There's so many videos of you guys in those Mustangs uh, spinning out and crashing into curbs. It's like, what the heck? Is there like no traction control in those vehicles or what? Um, I did not have Chick-fil-A for lunch. I don't know. I don't know. 2 weeks electric over muscle. I love the sound, man. I love the sound. I want to be helpful to the environment. That's so hard. Maybe. Because you said, would you ever? And I'm going to say yes, I would. There are certain conditions to where I would absolutely 100% go electric instead of muscle. But right now, no, not right now. So you made that question easier for me. I made it hard on myself. Holy crap. You guys, um, Jeff, I agree. Doctor, I agree. MCon, we're dumping because that's what they do to the price. They don't want price discovery. I'm trying to read through these as fast as I can. 2 weeks says it's okay, Casey. Take a deep breath. It's so hard for me, man. It's so hard for me. See, here's the thing. Like, you're gonna get me on a rant here, and it's 12 o'clock, and I'm supposed to be doing the technical. So I'm gonna just say this one thing: electric cars are not what they're supposed to be, Greenpeace wise. Like, if you want to get into the whole like saving the world and all that kind of stuff, what do you think? Oh, I don't want to get into this. You're gonna suck me into this conversation, and I don't want to have it. You're right, Jacob. There are a lot of Challengers that have wrecked. I've seen that too. Not nearly as many as Mustangs. Love the sound they pay at the pump. I'm not gonna get into it. It's time to take a look at the technicals. You guys almost got me. You almost got me into the whole talking about electric cars. They're just not green yet. I mean, I think people. I don't think what people realize is that you have to get that electricity from somewhere, and depending upon where that electricity comes from, makes a difference. So in some places where you have turbine power or solar power or something like that, that's great. But if you if you're living in a place where you don't have energy that's provided to you through means that are um, natural resources of energy, then you're actually probably more taxing on the environment. So that's just my opinion. Let's take a look at the numbers, guys. I ran past here. It has been an hour though, so let's take a look at off exchange 49.5 and 13.05 as of an hour ago. Let's refresh this. 49.95 and 13.18. So those numbers are definitely coming down a little bit there. 49. So this is surprising. So I'm guessing with these coming down, I would assume that when we get a chance to take a look and see if they've loaned more shares, that the likelihood is that they probably have. The CBOE EDGX is still higher than the 30-day average, and the off exchange did go up a little bit. Taking a look at Ortex, borrowed change, it was 22,000 shares having been borrowed an hour ago. It's now 20,000. That's not going to have any impact on the. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong stock. Gee whiz. Nobody said anything. That was bad. All right. I'm like, wait a minute. Okay. An hour ago, there was 22,000 shares having been borrowed. Now it's negative 264,000. That will continue to change throughout the day. That will lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.01%. The cost to borrow has dropped back down into the 2% range instead of 3%. Let's take a look at options. On the calls, at a $16 strike price, it is back as our number one winner. It had briefly gone up an hour ago to 17. 16 is back on the books as the highest amount of call volume contracts from 9.4 at 17 to 10.8 at 16. On the puts, at a $16 strike price, it is no longer the highest number. It is now 15.5. There were 7.6 thousand contracts at 16 an hour ago. There's now 8.9 thousand contracts at 15.5. Looks like the market's signaling for a close between 15.5 and 16. Okay. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are not on the top 10. AMC was 22nd an hour ago. We are currently still in 22nd. We have a 56% buy to 44% sell ratio, which is just 1% higher than an hour ago. GME moving up the list yet again to, I think, 2 or 3 places, but their percentage of buys to sells has dropped below 60-40 to 59-41. So they're sacrificing buy-sell orders for volume. Yep, I kind of figured they'd borrowed shares here. How many? 150,000 shares. Borrow fee has gone down from 1.5 to 1.4. So apparently just no shares were being borrowed, so they had to, they lasted long enough to get the rates down, and now they're starting to borrow again. So let's see, that puts us at one. Let me add this up. $1.1 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. In the money calls, we have 14.9 thousand contracts. 33,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. This out of the money calls is all the way up to 81,000 from underneath 60,000 earlier this morning. 1422 is SSR strike price. Strike price. What am I saying? It's the trigger price for SSR. NASDAQ is down 1.33%. Dow Jones is down 1.01%. S&P 500 is down 0.72%. The market is in a decline with 4,546 decliners to 3,093 advancers. VIX is up 3.14. IWM is down 1.33. Tesla is up 0.29. Amazon is down 0.85. Cinemarket is down 1.77. Doge is down 0.61. Bitcoin is down 1.05. GME is up 4.58. HYMC is down 6.66. Hood is down 4.69. AMC is down 1.83. We currently have more inflow than outflow by a total of $9 million, which is what it was an hour ago. So far, the day to day, we've had 24 million shares having been traded. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. Seashore by seashore. Let's see. We're on pace for 41.3 million shares traded for the day to day. My prediction was between 15 and 35 million shares. I think we're definitely on pace for the type of volume that I suggested. Continuous price push here down. Relentless pushing. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.73. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.12, which is almost average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with what appears to be an imminent crossover with RSI at 47.96 and dropping. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI, yeah, that's correct, with RSI at 30.57, signaling towards almost an oversold flag. Coming back out to the 5-minute, I just want to note that we've basically taken a trip down almost to the very bottom of this multi-day. How long did I make this? Since 3/16. Is that how many trading days is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 trading days. We have an ascending parallel channel over the last 4 trading days. Most of the data is inside of it. There is a few times where data try to break out of this trend, especially at the very beginning. But for the most part, the data has stayed mostly inside of this ascending parallel channel. What do we know about ascending parallel channels? They are bearish indicators. When we break out of this, we should head down. The question is when will that happen? Casey's next channel is about energy reserve. It's not. It's not. Just so. So here's the thing, and we're getting there. We're absolutely getting there. But as it stands, why didn't that stuff come on? As it stands, some of the newer generation of electric vehicles are having the ability to be able to replenish or replace the batteries and reuse them. In the past, that's not necessarily been the case, and that's been one of the main reasons why I'm against it, because I know that that waste has to go somewhere. You just batteries are extremely wasteful and very, very harmful to the environment, and so I would almost wager to say that it could potentially be more harmful to the environment than gasoline products. I don't know if I really want to go there because the car population of electric cars and how many batteries are out there is not expansive enough to make that really realistic. But if it took over, it would be. I think it 100% would be. But they're fixing that, which is a good thing. And I like the direction that they're going with electric vehicles. And I would absolutely support buying electric vehicles once they get to that point. But I'm not there yet. Bjork's tired of 13 to 16. Careful what you wish for, Bjork. 9 to 12 may be the next. 9 to 13 might be the next move in order to alleviate your boredom. Steven, I just covered it, but I'll cover it again. Um, our total amount of dark pool percentage right now is right about 63%, a little bit lower than normal. I like Skechers too. Actually, I have. Excuse me a second. I have not seen the new Tundras. This is why I'm saying BG. That's exactly why I'm with you on that. But they're just not um, they're just not affordable. Well, they are affordable, but they're not in my price range currently. Saint Manet says, please go below 10 so I can load up. Said nobody back last year. There's a whole new group of apes in here that are just waiting to be able to quadruple down on their positions. I mean, that's part of the it's part of the levels of participation, right? If you guys notice in the description box, the golden rules, but then I have levels of participation, and level number two. So first level of participation is just to buy and hold, but two of your participation is to slap that ask or buy at market price. That is key to price discovery, and a lot of people just want a discount. And that unfortunately does lead towards a loss in price discovery. When you pay asking price for on the lit exchange, then you're helping to drive the price up. So whether or not that's something you're willing to do is up to you. Um, I didn't say I had. Well, I think I did say I had what I had for lunch. I had lasagna. The red sauce always gets to me. Did I? Why do I've got something on my beard or something? What's the deal? Why does everybody keep saying something about my lunch? Did I spill myself? I got sauce on me? I don't see any sauce. Remtac, I doubt you're in the right mind frame yet. You need to go back away for a while, buddy. Really take a day off. Bjork said, "My dream car is a car and not a bicycle." I mean, that's not funny. That's sounds pretty serious. Lasagna on your beard. Come on now. Seriously? All right, you gotta have me checking. Let's see. Nah, no lasagna on the beard. I'm good. I tell you what, guys, I'm so done with this beard. I'm so done with it. Like this is not me. Freak said to search for BlackRock algorithm Aladdin supercomputer on YouTube. All right, give me 1 second. I'll search for it, but I don't know if I'll play it. Sometimes I like to kind of review what it is I'm going to play first. I have not. I have not, Bjork. I don't know, Remtac. Ah, man. You you know what you're asking. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm definitely a little. It is kind of, no pun intended, growing on me. But at the same time, I'm not. Well, see, I just started to play it by accident. At the same time, I'm just tired of this beard. I'm more tired of this beard than I'm tired of AMC taking a long time to squeeze. That's the sad part. That's the sad truth to all this. Like I can this taking a while to squeeze stuff is easy compared to this beard stuff. I can handle this beard. This is a legit breakout, guys. Based off of the data that I'm seeing right here, this is a legit breakout. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete the wedges, and we're gonna be looking for a new pattern now. I'm not sure what it is. If I put this back on the 5 minute, you can see we're at the very bottom edge of this trend channel, and it's looking for a reversal, and it's just not happening. Silver Surfer saying it's just plain stupid to hold for a year and then sell to break even. Anyone that does that deserves to miss out on an opportunity. I mean, it's I I don't disagree with what you're saying. I don't. I don't disagree with what you're saying. It would suck. It would suck for those people. Daddy Warbucks says, dude, you should see. Like, first of all, I want to know why in the world did you call yourself Daddy Warbucks? You've got to tell me that. I've got to understand why you called yourself Daddy Warbucks, number one. Number two, welcome to the channel. I have not seen the name before. Maybe I have and I just don't remember it, but I think I would have remembered Daddy Warbucks. So you got to tell me why the name. Number two, dude, you should see my beard. It's 2 feet long. Um, I have questions. This is the first time I've ever had a beard. My viewers are up almost 15%. Thanks, Björk. I don't, I don't look at that stuff, man. I just don't. It is what it is. If if you build it, people come. I'm gonna do this by myself, or I'm gonna do it with people. One or the other. Yeah, I know Daddy Warbucks has money, but like specifically, why would you pick that? I gotta know the reason why he picked that name. So this is my first beard ever. I don't know anything about growing a beard. I had a grandpa that had a full beard, but I never once ever asked him, how do you have such an awesome beard? He had a great Santa Claus beard. Um, I have no idea what to do with this thing. I put that grease stuff in it to beard oil. Um, I'm a low maintenance kind of person. I'm a very low maintenance kind of person. So I would almost rather shave my head than having to style my hair. That's the kind of person that I am. I just I would prefer less fuss about things that I just don't want to care about. And so like this whole beard thing is very challenging for me because it's a food catcher, which is gross. Um, I mean that's just number one straight off right off the bat. That's the grossest thing ever. Like you finish your meal and like 3 hours later you're all like you go like this to stroke your beard and you're like, what is that? Oh, gross. Nobody said anything to you. 3 hours you're walking around with a piece of food in your beard, and nobody said shit. You're just like, what the hell is this? Why do I have beard food for 3 hours and nobody said anything? It's so frustrating. Humdinger says Daddy Warbucks from Furry Movie. I thought Daddy Warbucks was from Annie. I asked Brian. I asked a when I went to the hair salon or whatever you want to, the barber shop, I asked him about that, about dyeing the beard, because it looks stupid white. I always thought it would look intelligent having a white beard, but it just looks stupid now. But I asked about that, and they said, no, no, don't do it. Don't do it because you have to do it all the time and it looks really stupid. And I was like, yeah, no, I hear you because it's like all different colors already. They're like, no, it looks more distinguished. And I was like, all right, well, I'll just take your word for it then because they seem to be quite against um, dyeing the beard. So I'm gonna probably stay away from that. Daddy Warbucks says, I plan on fighting for those who can't. Huh. I like it. I mean, that's cool, man. I like that. Hmm. Well, I don't know what to say about that, Daddy Warbucks. My wife doesn't tell me. Yeah, Annie. I don't think my beard's. Well, it's probably just when I rub my beard. My beard's not actually rubbing up against the mic right now. It's. I can see it's like out of the way. Yeah, I think. Well, embarrassing moment for me. I hate musicals. There's only two in the world that I like, and Annie's one of them. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed to say it, but Annie's one of them. That's how I know. That's how I know. I used to, as a child, I had one of those Play School record players, and I had the Annie soundtrack or whatever, the whole Annie soundtrack, I guess, on a big one of those big, huge 45 LPs. I think our 45s are the big ones, right? I think it was the 45. The big, whatever the big one was, is what it was. And I used to play that, and I used to know every single one of the Annie songs by heart, word for word. So embarrassing. I don't know why I just said this, but that's how I knew the Daddy Warbucks thing. Daddy says, I have a hard time calling you Daddy. Mr. Warbeck says, I can't go anywhere without being stopped. Sometimes crazy people will try to pet me. That is definitely kind of weird. They try to legit pet your face. That's odd. Anybody want to guess what my other musical is? It's not as cheesy as Annie, but it is still kind of embarrassing as well. I mean, out of like all the possible musicals that are out there, and I picked these two, and they're my favorite for some reason. I have no idea why. Apes is like, I don't know why that was so funny calling him Daddy. Daddy, I can't call you Daddy. I gotta call you Mr. Warbucks. It doesn't sound right calling you Daddy. No, not Wizard of Oz. It's less cheesy. It's definitely. I think it's less cheesy than Annie for sure. Oh man, man, way to hit me right in the feelers there, Mr. Warbucks. Nope, not Grease. Grease is cheesy. Actually, Grease is probably one of the reasons why I absolutely don't like musicals. And I'm gonna get a lot of hate for that. Here comes the hate. The hate's gonna come flowing. No, it's not Five Goes West. That's actually kind of cute, but it's not. That's not it. Rocky Horror. I've never seen Rocky Horror Picture Show. Never seen it. I almost forget sometimes that it's a musical. I'll give you guys a hint. You'll probably get it right away because you'll just look it up. Don't look it up. See if you can guess it without looking it up. Um, one of the there's an actress in it who has done a commercial for AMC. Ooh, I forget Aladdin is a musical. I don't even think of that as a musical, and I love Robin Williams. That's tough because I might have to actually add that one to my list of ones that I do like because I do so like Robin Williams' performance in Aladdin. If it had been anybody, I won't even go see the Will Smith version. I won't go see it. It'll just ruin Aladdin for me. Joe and Brian are on the right track, but you don't have the musical yet. Nope. Nope. There it is. I've said it before, but Donkey Kong knows. But Donkey Kong knows. It's Moulin Rouge. That's the other one. Um, in fact, today's song actually is in that well, a portion of it. Well, I guess the original came from somebody else, but We Could Be Heroes, or I think it's just, what is today's song? Today's song is, yeah, We Could Be Heroes, or it's just Heroes. But it's the one that's playing today is by a different artist, but that song is in Moulin Rouge. Let me check it out, Joe, and let's see here. Um, from earlier this morning, no. It is, I think it is up a little bit from last week, but not much. Yes, sir, we are 100% utilization still. We got about 15 more minutes, and I'll do another check on the technicals. I'm going to move out back to the 5-minute interval here. We are still just barely hanging on to this ascending parallel channel. As I said before, because this is an ascending parallel channel, we should break out of this at some point. Going down. I would suggest that we would probably find support at like 1485 once we do break out of this. $15. I think we'll find support at about 15 bucks. I am totally a hopeless romantic, but Donkey Kong, that is me 100%. 100%. I'm a dreamer. Yeah, thank you, Brian. It's David Bowie. That's correct. Heroes was written originally by David Bowie. I always thought that was ironic that the Wallflowers did a David Bowie remake when their dad's Bob Dylan. Your dad is Bob Dylan, and you're all like, "Hey, Dad, we're gonna make an album, man, and we got a hit single." Oh, really, son? What did you make? Well, it's a song somebody else did. Oh, did you do something I did? No, no. You know that guy David Bowie? Son of a, you did what? I could just see Bob Dylan. He's like, "Are you kidding me? You didn't do one of my songs? I've got so many good songs, and you copied one of David Bowie's songs? Oh man, Yeah, well, David Bowie was still alive when they made that song too. So what? Wait, is he still alive? Is Bob Dylan still alive? Seriously? Hmm, I don't think I actually knew that. Damn, 1941 is he's like way younger than I would have thought. I mean, yeah, so he's like what, 83? He's actually younger than I would have anticipated, honestly. Oh, Alexis, he wants me to look up Alexis, Texas. Oh, let me check it out. Wait a minute, I'm afraid. Joe just said to look up Alexis Tech. I'm afraid. I swear, Joe, if this gives me some kind of virus, just looking at it, I'm so afraid to hit enter. There's nothing popping up on Google. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm glad. I knew. I knew. Google's. Yeah, saved me on that one, Google. Good job. I knew it. I knew if Joe was saying something that there had to be a reason. I knew I knew it. The second that Joe piped up and said anything, I knew it had to be a trick. He said age test, Joe. He didn't say anything else other than age test to see how many people would respond to the test. I don't even know who that is. I have no. You're gonna make me look and see. All right. Wife's gonna be like, why the hell are you searching Alexis, Texas? I probably don't know who. I'm almost positive. I have no idea who this is. No idea. None whatsoever. Nope. No clue. I don't think it's an age thing. Joe's like, sure you don't. I don't know. I think I might know like maybe like two porn star actresses' names, and that's about it. Maybe two, maybe three. 8 more minutes, guys. I saw somebody on Twitter who was talking about prices. They went to go get a gas or something like that. Said something about how, they went to go fill up the tank, but it only filled up three-quarters of the tank because the That was how much they used to pay and filling up a full tank. And then they walked into the store to go buy some groceries, and they were talking about the prices for the meat and everything in the store, and it was just through the roof. It was insane. It's I don't know. At some point, it's going to start hurting the economy. You know, my wife's told me that when you're drunk, that Jack in the Box tacos are some of the best tacos. I've never had that experience, and I don't know that I want to. They seem a little evil. They seem like they could do you some damage. They can only buy one bottle of sunflower oil here. Oof. I'm gonna just take your word for it on those tacos. I'm gonna take your word for it. Oops. 5 more minutes. We'll take a look at the numbers. You know, I feel bad. Hold on a second. I gotta respond to something real quick here. Um, what was I gonna say? There was something I was gonna say. Man, there was something I was gonna say and I can't remember now. Stupid getting old. Oh, I know what it was I was gonna say. So, for those of you guys who are joining the channel right now, who are new, who saw me on Tony's group call yesterday, like first and foremost, I'm not here to steal viewers. Like, I think that would be really crappy. Um, like, still give Tony your time. It sounded weird for some reason. I started thinking of Tony the Tiger. Give Tony your time. You know, I feel really bad. Like that's not my intent at all. I don't want people to come here and not go there. You know, if you're a Tony guy, stick with Tony. There's probably a good reason why you're listening to him in the first place. What do I know? But if you're just here for entertainment or live information and he's not on, by all means stop on by. I don't want to take away from other people's content that they're putting out. I don't know why I wanted to say that, but I just did. Humdinger, take care, man. Have a good nap. Um, But Donkey Kong said Indonesia has a massive shortage with cooking oil. Lines are miles long. Wow. I'm not. I mean, you do whatever you want to do, BG. But I'm just saying, like, don't feel like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird. It's weird for me. Um, I'm not here in the community to try and steal viewers or gain viewers. I do what I do because I'm here for the community. I want you to just be able to know that there's a place that you can go uh, when you need to know information, but don't feel like you need to be here, stuck here, or anything like that. Like it's so weird. I don't even understand what I'm trying to say myself. Like, um, I don't know. I feel like I'm telling you what to do. Just do whatever you want to do. Just do whatever you want to do, I guess. I don't know. Just That's probably why I've never done any collabs up to this point. Well, I've never been invited, first off, but I mean, that's probably one of the reasons why I didn't want to do any collabs is because I didn't want anybody to feel like I was trying to take away from them. You're welcome to the moon. But Donkey Kong said, even Tony said you're a nice version of him. And he's all right guy. He's not a bad guy. I don't know why he says nice. He seems like a nice guy to me. Uh, you know, how do you know I'm not a nice? I could be a complete jerk, right? You don't know me. You don't know me. Uh, maybe we meet up sometime and I'm all like just a complete jerk. Uh, maybe this is all just a disguise. I don't know. I had a really fun time. I've actually had a chance now to meet one person from this community, and I had a really good time. And I wish I had so much more time. We only had a chance to have lunch. We actually went to go see a movie afterwards. He came with my family, and we went to go see a movie, and it was really cool. But I wish I had so much more time. It was kind of I was kind of sad that it ended when it did. I don't know why we don't have more weird people here. I don't know. Because everywhere else I go, Twitter, other YouTube streams, um, Reddit, there's weird people. And I feel like we don't have weird people here. It's so crazy. And I don't understand why that is, but it's cool. I think it's awesome. I agree, Doctor. I totally agree. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers. I don't know why we don't have crazies here. I just don't know why. I feel like there should be like maybe there's something strange. Maybe it's it's my crazy that keeps the crazies away. That's got to be what it is. Nobody messes with Santa Claus. Nobody. He knows when you're naughty. He knows when you're nice. Taking you guys to the other page. I'm telling you, that's what it is. It's my crazy that keeps the crazies away. It's got to be what it is. 49.95% in the off exchange, 13.18. That was an hour ago. Let's check and see what the new numbers are. 49.28 and 13.1. So the off exchange decreased a little bit. The EDGX, I think, increased just a tad. The CBOE EDGX is higher, almost a full percentage point higher than the 30-day average. Off exchange still about where I would expect it to be, but lower than what it has been in the past. I'm crazy. That's got to be what it is. I keep the crazies away with my craziness. It's like they sense the crazy and they're like, oh, I can't deal with that. That's too crazy for me. It's true. It's got to be what it is. An hour ago, there was 264,000 shares on the list for shares having been borrowed. It's did I say 262? It's 262 is what it's at now, so it's lowered by like 2,000 shares. That's not really going to change the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.01%. The CTB max at 2.73 and CTB average is 2.32. Those are coming down a little bit. So less fighting. There's less competition for shares right now, share loaning amounts. And let's take a look at these options. You know, I hope to learn a lot from Tony and Froggy. Those guys are both really smart guys, and I hope to learn. I hope to learn things from them. On the calls, at a $16 strike price, an hour ago there was 10.8 thousand contracts. There's now 12.3. On the puts, at a $15.50 strike price, an hour ago there was 8.9 thousand contracts. Now there's 10.3. Those are currently in the money right this moment at 15.47 is our stock price. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC's been in 22nd position for most of the day today, still is. Currently with a 58% buy and a 42% sell ratio, moving up 2 points from where it was at, I believe, an hour ago. Maybe 1 point. I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2, but it's moving up, which is good. GME is, I think they may have slipped one spot here, but they have a 59% buy, a 41% sell ratio, in 26th position on Fidelity's most heavily traded stocks. SSR triggers at $14.22. Shares borrowed in the last hour, 150K. 1.25 million shares having been borrowed according to Stonko Tracker so far for the day today. Do note that the fee for these loans has dropped from 1.5 to 1.4. 8.4 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 29.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. The total amount of out of the money calls increasing in a single day almost. It's getting darn near close to almost doubling from what it was when we started out the morning. The Nasdaq is down 1.18, Dow Jones is down 0.88, and the S&P 500 is down 0.56. The market is declining over advancing with 4,596 decliners to 3,060 advancers. The VIX is up 3.35, IWM is down 1.23, Tesla is up 1.68, Amazon is down 0.45, Cinemark is down 1.06, Doge is breaking even, Bitcoin is down 0.56, GME is up 3.89, HYMC is down. Maybe I'm just gonna say our gold mine. Our gold mine is down 7.41, Hood is down 4.43, and AMC is down 2.06. Our inflow versus outflow is a spread of 10 million. It was 9 million earlier with more inflow than outflow. Shares traded for the day today, 26.64 million. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. We're on pace for 37.37 million shares traded for the day today. I had suggested on our 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of volume that it would be somewhere between 15 and 35 million shares traded. We're definitely on target pace. provided that there's not some kind of like massive jump in volume on an end of the day run. We will likely see volume inside that target range that I'm suggesting. On the daily, just looking at vortex indicator and RSI, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.51. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with what appears to be an imminent crossover with RSI at 52.49, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, we've already had a crossover in the last hour with an RSI of 47.85, which is just below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.83, several times almost touching on oversold region. It looks to me like we're breaking out. Yeah, we've definitely tried to break outside of this ascending parallel channel. The question is are we going to break it? I can't read the name up here, and I don't know that I've seen it before, but saying we really appreciate what you do for the community. I appreciate it. Thank you. Remtac says, I'm here and I'm super weird. I love you. I love you, bro. No homo. Joe's not weird though, apparently. Apparently. Hmm. Well, she saw who I was last night, so it may just be a matter of time. I don't plan on silencing her if she comes here. But what I will say is you guys, believe it or not, have the ability to silence who you want in the chat column. All you have to do is click on their name. You'll see a box that pops up, and you can actually hide the messages that are coming through from that individual. You have the power to do that. That's the amazing thing about the freedom of speech. You don't have to listen. So I am a huge proponent on freedom of speech. So if she happens to come in here and make a problem, just don't listen. It's your choice. If my mom, oh my gosh, I did not see that, Joe. I did not see where his mom came on there and Review Dork said that. That's funny. When the MOASS happens, actually to the moon, that's the plan. That is the plan. This last Christmas, that was supposed to be the plan. If we mooned before this last Christmas, I was going to go out and play Santa Claus before I could cut off the beard. Um, let's just hope that I can cut it off before next Christmas, and I'll still play Santa. 2 weeks, bro. I'm glad you're weird, man. It just so happens I live in Pflugerville, which is between Round Rock and Austin, which is a uh, between a rock and a weird place. I always tell you guys that I live in Austin because it's just nobody really knows where Pflugerville is. They're like, where the hell is that? So I just say Austin. I'm literally right down the street from Austin, so I'm pretty much it might as well just be Austin. Um, when they borrow, actually, that's a great question. would it take them to stop borrowing shares if retailer wasn't on margin, or is this institutional lending? It's institutional lending. And Joe's saying, aren't they borrowing from IWM ETF? It's more than just IWM. They're borrowing from a lot of different ETFs. And yes, they are 100% borrowing from the ETFs. When utilization's showing at 100%, you can watch it happen. Like when I pull this screen up over here and show this to you guys, you can see them transferring the shares from one location to the other. When I pull this up on here and show it to you guys, you can see right here where um, they had 1.9 million in the ETF and it dropped down to 1.845. That's 100,000 shares. Watch, watch this number when it goes back up later today or tomorrow. It's not just going to go back up to 750,000 shares. It'll probably go up to 850,000 shares, or however much they borrowed from the ETFs, unless you see the 100,000 shares get replaced back into the ETFs. But 100%, when you see this number drop down to zero, you always see the ETFs drop down, and then they become the available amount of shares. And you can see them just transferring back and forth and back and forth. So 100% they're using ETF shares to short. 100%. That's why that, in my opinion, that's why so many of the so much of the price discovery is being stuffed into the ETFs because they can borrow those. So price discovery lost through sending shares through dark pools to the ETFs, which in turn then become lendable shares to be able to control price by loaning and doing the dirty work that they do every single day on trading shares back and forth. Oh, that's crazy, Joe. The blue line that I have in here, 1548, was the price at which I believe that was the price that we needed to. Let's see, 15. Okay, this is the simple moving average. What you see here is the Bollinger Bands with the white lines. As far as the blue goes, like everything that's shaded in blue right here, I just drew a trend channel that's like 3 or 4 days old. And it looks like we're like hovering right down at the very bottom of this trend channel. We're not quite breaking it, but it wants to. It really, really wants to. They spelled the name of the city incorrectly. Uh, okay. No, I don't know where. I don't even want to try to say that. Uvalad, Uvalade, I can't say that word. Olvid, Olvid. That's what I'm going with. I introduce you, Dr. Zeno, to Badback. No, I'm just kidding. It's so funny that Badback comes in, Dr. Zeno says that, and it's like right there. I yelled at Badback one day. Shut the hell up. I've heard of McKinney, Texas. I have not heard of Hawkins. Uvalde. I know I'm destroying the name. That is such an odd name. All right, it's about time for me to take a break. Bad back, I want to know what it is that you have to say though. That's not how ETFs work. 100% because shorts keep getting closed and profits taken, then new ones are opened. So if that were the case, then how do we have rising on loan amounts, disproportionate to shorts being open and closed? I mean, it is possible what you're saying to be true as well. I would agree with what you're saying is also another way for them to be able to have more shares available to lend. But the problem is that you see an exponential growth in comparison to short interest, and the gap becomes larger and larger and larger. And so the question then becomes, if there's not more short interest but more loans being taken on, how is that possible? And it's rehypothecation of loaning is what it comes down to. And the way to show that or like to realize that um, as a possibility is this right here. Which one do I want to show you? That one or this one? This one will probably look a little more. Not sure which one I'm going to show you, but I'll show you in both. Come on. I have to resize this just a tad just to try and get it to show or get rid of one. I want to play nice. So what you have here is you have your Ortex estimated short share interest of the free float in yellow, and in red you have your on loan amount. And you can see the on loan amount increasing exponentially in contrast to a much slower gradual trend and almost a peaking of short interest, estimated short interest over time. If you wanted to look at it more accurately as exchange reported short interest, you'd want to look at the actual data, and you can see where there's starting to become a spread, a much larger spread between on loan amount and short interest that's available. So if indeed what it was that you were saying is the case about there being more shares to be able to loan, uh, why is on loan amount still increasing but short interest decreasing? Because then it should be on loan amount decreasing as well. Both those numbers should be decreasing, but they're not, which means that you have more loaning going on than you have in short interest, and there's a gap that's occurring, and it's becoming bigger and bigger. And it's happened where in the past it almost became equal, and that was the point at where long institutions sold shares in order to create more loaning, because they knew that when they sold shares back into the market that it would create a buying pressure, and it would create buying from both retail, and it would also create buying pressure from short institutions who needed to short the price down and keep price down. So they started shorting very heavily as the price started to move down, started loaning more shares, and it created this massive, massive gap between short interest and on loan amount. Yeah, that's exactly what I said, Jacob. They're using liquidity from the ETFs. That's 100% right. And you can see it being transferred out. You can legit see the ETF transfer of shares, and they move directly over to the available amount of shares that could be used to loan. Um, I mean, it's pretty obvious. You can see it happen live. Einstein says using only the number of shares that Ortex shows shorted, can a sharp, or sorry, can a share price estimate be derived if they bought that number back? No, no, because short interest is not really. I mean, it's an indirect relationship to share price. Short interest is it has to do with the derivatives. It's the options that are being played. It has an indirect uh, impact on price movement. So I mean, if there is a way to do that, I wouldn't know how personally myself, but I'm gonna go with that. It doesn't seem like there's a direct correlation between short interest and share price, or how much short interest there is. Wait a minute. Now I'm thinking about it some more. Okay, I'm gonna change my statement. It may be possible, um, but it would take a very, very intense calculation to try and derive all of the futures. Yeah, that would be insane. It would be an insane calculation. Like I can't even imagine like trying to go through all of that and trying to come up with like some kind of like estimated share price based off of all the future options that are placed. I would imagine that if it exists, that it may exist, that calculation, but I don't know where to find it. All right, guys, I'm gonna head to break, and I will see you guys back at 2 o'clock for the power hour. I think. I'm like trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing here. Yeah, it would be a I don't know if it would be a big number, but it would be a hard number to calculate. It'd be pretty complex. I'm gonna get rid of this trend channel. It's kind of annoying. Let me see if I can give you guys an idea on where we're moving to price before I go here. I mean, quite honestly, it really just kind of looks like to me like we're breaking out of that ascending parallel channel and potentially moving back down to find support at like $15.30. What I really don't want to see have happen is if we touch down on this, if we touch down on this line, then we could have a potential bearish triangle formation occurring, leading into probably Wednesday. 3:20. It'd be sometime tomorrow. Sometime tomorrow at around like 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So that's what I don't want to see. I'm just going to draw it in there and leave it there, but for now. And then just put up the Bollinger Bands. No, we're not doomed. We're not doomed, Brian. I should go to Campwood, Texas after MOASS. Okay. My thought process is that there's no possible way to predict or discern correct price per share no matter how much they short it. Nikki, how's it going? I would tend to agree with that. I'd take it maybe like one step further and say like, theoretical price movement based off of shorts that are in existence is all theoretical because it's investor um, motivation. It's investor motivation that causes share price, right? Um, when the shares are actually sold, it's how much they're willing to take for those shares. So yes, 100% utilization still, Nikki. I'm heading to break though. I'll see you. I'll see you for the power hour. Captain, I just wanted to say, since I know you're leaving, what I wanted to say, Captain, real quick, is I saw you on another channel, and it was just cool seeing you on there. I don't know. I just wanted to say I saw you. That's it. When I see you guys on other channels, I think it's cool. Let's see here. It's that time of the day. That time of the day where we toast, not end the show. We toast. A lot of new people around here right now. A lot of new people tuning into the show, and I just want to say to you people, and you apes, I want to say to you apes that I think we have a really good family here of people who are genuinely invested in this and care about the community. Thank you for being a part of the community. My only request is that you respect one another. I don't think we've never really had that much of a problem. We've always had disagreements within the community, but we always agree to disagree. And I really like this group. I really, really, really like this group a lot. Welcome to the family. Cheers to the new people. On Friday, I'll be reading names. I missed 2 weeks now of not reading off names on a Friday. I don't know why. I keep getting distracted. Oh, it's because I was off last Friday. So we'll read those names off. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I'm not going to do it today, but maybe we'll do it tomorrow to catch up. But cheers to such a wonderful family here. Good people. Super, super good people. Cheers. Mm. If you're new to my channel, normally I do beer for a toast. I'm out. So in case you're wondering what I'm drinking, this we've renamed this drink. This drink was originally called the Brave Bull. We've renamed this to the Adventurous Ape. So I am drinking an Adventurous Ape. It's 2 parts of tequila to 1 part Kahlua. Who'd have thought? Sounds like crap. Tastes really good. It's surprisingly super, super good. Duncan said the whole show this Friday will be reading names. Maybe that's why I should do it tomorrow. I should probably do it tomorrow, part of it tomorrow at least. We need that 40% green day after a green Friday to hold up like you were talking about yesterday night. That's correct, Stephen. Stephen was listening. Typically speaking, when we have the best opportunity that we ever have of having a green day is when we've had a green Friday. Anytime we have green Fridays, we have the best opportunity of having a green Monday. If we close down today, it's going to be it's going to be an indicator that there's a trend reversal to the 4-day trend, parallel ascending trend that we've had over the last 4 days. So that's what we're going to be seeing. Brian says, I drink Kahlua straight. you, you ruffian. You, you tough guy. I'm just teasing, man. I'm just teasing. I'm sure you drink plenty of other things that are way worse. Mm. But Donkey Kong brings up a great point. Chairman Powell pissed on our parade. We were green until he started coming on talking. That could be very well the case. Hey Duncan, how you doing, man? We need to touch base. I want to talk to you again sometime. Reach out to me whenever you have a chance, and let's talk. Just want to check in on you. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Final chance of the day to take a look at what the ending hour is going to look like. Off exchange 49.28 and 13.41 on the EDGX. Let's see what it looks like now. 49.17 and 13.41. So a little bit of drop in the off exchange. I think the might have been a little bit of a drop in the EDGX as well. Let's give the good old refresh to Ortex. These are not the final numbers for the day, guys. I see these numbers change very oftentimes all the way up until like midnight. So as it stands right now, borrow change is decreased. So it was 262,000 shares having been returned. An hour ago, it's now showing 755,000 shares having been returned. That's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float down to 20.97%. What was that cost to borrow? I missed it. Cost to borrow is about the same as it was an hour ago. On the options, as of an hour ago, at a $16 strike price for the calls, there was 12.3 thousand contracts. Right now, there's 14.1. On the puts, highest amount of volume at $15.50. An hour ago, there was 10.3 thousand contracts. There's 13.7 now. Market's really signaling for a close somewhere between 15.5 and 16. On the daily interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.03. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.46, which is right down the middle. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.27, again down the middle. On a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.14. Most indicators are making it look like... Uh-oh. Hold on one second, guys. Ads. I hate ads. That one actually had a name on it. That was weird. I don't see ads with names. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Wait. No. Yeah. Hold on. Let me drag some pages over here. I've lost track where I was. Stupid phone call. All right. Let's take you guys over to the other page. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC's been holding 22 spot right here pretty well most of the day. Our buy to sell ratio is 1 percentage point less than what I like to see, with 59% buys to 41% sales. Not the end of the world. GME is holding 25th with 59% buys to 41% sales. Not amazing buying pressure. SSR would have triggered at $14.22, not quite there. Shares available to borrow did go back. Oh, wait, I thought it went back up, but I guess it's holding. 1448. That's another 100,000 shares that they borrowed, putting us at 1.35 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. The borrow fee is 1.4. 8.4 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 29.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. Look at this. A 9-point trend down and a 9-point trend up, but the trend up hasn't turned yet. NASDAQ is down 0.92, Dow Jones is down 0.85, and the S&P 500 is down 0.42. We currently have 4,649 decliners to 3,001 advancers. The VIX is up 3.39. IWM is down 1.37. Tesla is up 1.99. Amazon is down 0.14. Cinemark down 1.31. Doge is down 0.08. Bitcoin down 0.87. GME is up 2.88. Our gold mine is down 6.73. Hood is down 2.79. And AMC is down 2.39%. We currently have more inflow than outflow by a 9 million spread. 29.31 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's try and see where we're going to hit more precisely. Excuse me. We're on pace for about 33.33 million shares traded for the day today. That's going to be right in there, right on target for what I suggested between 15 and 35 million. I made a small adjustment to my volume predictions based off of our numbers from last Friday, and it looks like it's going to help because I suggested that we would probably have very close or very similar volume to what we saw last Friday, and it's turning out that that's going to be the case. On a daily interval, did I already do this? I feel like I already did this. Yeah, I think I already did this. I think I did things out of order or something. I don't know why I did it out of order, but I did. That was weird. Steven said, I think the hedge funds watch the channels and make sure things don't happen to get the morale down. Well, the only way to fix that is make sure we have lots and lots of YouTube channels saying lots and lots of different things. Block that caller. Done. Let's do it. Her name was Jenny Williams from Austin, Texas. Jenny, I know what fake phone calls are. Oh shoot, I'm calling it back. That's not what I wanted to do. Block. Jenny is blocked. Wait a minute, did I block the right one? I hope I did. Yeah. $50 tickers on the NYSE are on the threshold list. Haven't seen that many before. Sounds like there might be a little bit of out of control. Nope, that wasn't the number. Why haven't I played that song yet? 8675309. I don't know why I haven't played that song yet. We need a topic. Well, wow. Um, I don't know what happened today, guys, but you guys absolutely killed the price prediction on votes. I think the most previous high, voting wise, might have been 260, and you guys just absolutely slaughtered that. I mean, that's pretty. That's a lot higher. It's 309 votes. Congratulations. Today, you guys killed it on the votes. 309 votes for price prediction by the end of the week. $15 to $20 is what the majority of you suggested would you thought the price would be by the end of the week. The number one group failed last week. It was the number two group last week that actually got the price prediction right. Number two runner up right now is 20 to 25 plus. But Donkey Kong says Tony's on the phone. He wants his viewers back. I'm telling you guys, like I hope that's not the case. I don't ever want it to be like that. I don't want to be the last thing I want in this community is to be polarizing. I'm not here to stir trouble or make problems. ABC said I voted with my heart today. And what did your heart say to you, sir? I should have told you guys I was going to be on Tony's show, and I didn't do that. I should have. Tony has no chair. Tony has no chair. Is he on right now? We should all go over there. What do you guys think? If he's live right now, I think we should go over there and we should spam 2 weeks. What do you guys think? Should we do that to him? I feel like I feel like we should do that. Remtax said I voted with my finger. That's such a dad joke, Rem. Are we turning into like full-fledged dads here? Brian says yes. Joe says yes. Yeah, Flash Mob, is he live right now? I don't even know if he's live. If he's live right now, I think maybe we should do this. Because he is the one that actually mentioned it yesterday, closing final thoughts, and I said to the moon, and he said, "Did you say 2 weeks?" I was like, son of a bitch, that guy he actually listens. He listened to the show. I'm like, that guy's crazy. Who does that? Who does research? I thought it was pretty cool. I was like, dang, man, how do you go on somebody else's show? How do you go onto somebody else's show? I apologize about that little music right there. How do you go onto somebody else's show and they say you're saying before you do? How do you? I got he got me on that one, guys. He totally got me on that one, and I feel like completely like dude is on point. Dude is on point. Let's go to his channel, see if he's got a live. He does have a live. Oh my gosh, he has a live. All right, I'm gonna post it up in the comment section, and he is live right now, so I'm gonna post it up for you guys so you can go over there and we can go over and we can stream snipe him and give him the whole 2 weeks flash mob that he's never had the chance to be a part of, and really let him feel the love. So here we go. Let's head over there. We'll head over there, and it's hashtag 2 weeks with a number two. I'll actually put it in here so you guys can see how to write it. 2 weeks, just like that. And it almost made me put in 2 weeks, bro. Hashtag it just like that. Remtax says wait. Okay, wait. We're holding on. Hold on. Remtax says wait. You have to be a sub first. Oh, okay. He has okay, wait for 1 minute. Okay. All right, we'll wait for 1 minute. You guys can sub. He's gonna watch his subs like absolutely stack. And I'm gonna pull them up on the screen so you guys can see what's going on over there.
For the last what? Generally, that does apply some downward pressure on the markets.
Okay, I'm dialing in his sound here.
Let's see. I don't know if I've actually talked about numbers, but
I hope he takes this good.
when I did that video back in November about the 5 major risks for AMC, and I was talking about inflation
he's playing music?
and interest rates. I don't know if I actually put out the video, but
where's that coming from?
Just in case I never have said it, the number that I really am thinking that the Fed wants to keep that 10-year under,
What is that coming from?
is about 2.5%. If it's, over 2% is not great, but when that 10-year starts getting over 2.5%, then I'm going to be doing some videos on it, because then that starts getting concerning. More on that if we get over 2.5%. Talking about Fed rates and interest rates gets mind-numbing for some people, but if it gets at a point where I think that it's going to really impact us, I'll try and take the time to explain it simply and explain it like I'm 5 level for those who just glaze over hearing this stuff. It is important to know. Welcome to the 2-week crew. KC Shaw, crew in the house. What's up, guys? Thanks for joining in. KC, if you're watching, howdy. 2 weeks. When will AMC squeeze? KC says in 2 weeks.
Oh, no, I can't.
Mike says with a move-in rate expectations, people scale out and in those, so from other bonds instead of stocks.
Where does that music come from? That's so weird.
Your neighbor's dog, Venice, is overrated. Too much drama there. There is a YouTuber that I watch from time to time. You guys might know him out there in California, or maybe you've stumbled upon him. I think his channel name, he's not finance related, but I think it's a German in Venice Beach. Do you guys know that channel? He mostly reports on the homeless situation out there, but he also does some
he took it really well.
Scenic tours of Venice Beach. I just find it fascinating. I don't know why I find the guy entertaining. I don't watch him every day. I watch him.
So he's getting
pops up in my feed every few weeks.
Whenever somebody subs, he gets a message, like a tone. That's cool.
It's been interesting because the homeless situation
like just
in
going
Venice
off
Beach
nuts.
And in California is largely starting to be mirrored here in my hometown, and our public officials fly out to California for advice on how to handle the homeless. If you can believe that, that is a fact. I'm just shaking my head at that one. So now we're buying hotels. We're buying hotels in Austin with taxpayer money to put homeless people that don't want to live in them in a hotel.
That was funny. I wonder how long that music was playing.
Believe it or get out of here. All right.
I'll leave him up.
Anybody
for just
watch
a second.
the German in Venice Beach? German in Venice, whatever his channel name is. He's a nice guy. Rides his bike around, or moped, or whatever he has. Scooter, I don't know.
Homeless in 2 weeks. What the heck? James said homeless
German
in 2
Venice,
weeks.
Yeah. All right, what other questions you guys have? We got 30 minutes to go in Power Hour. AMC looks like it's going to trend down to flat today, closing somewhere between 1425 and 1525 and 1550. I think GameStop is going to be able to hang on to the green for today. Doc Zeno says Kansas City is doing the same thing with hotels and the homeless.
I'm just going to write one more message to him.
I want to look at, while you guys are queuing up some questions for me, I want to look at some other headlines. NATO officials see Russia war entering a stalemate. Neither side can win. I was just blown away when I saw the headlines this morning. I guess Kiev is surrounded now. You guys have been watching the news. I'm sure you have, so I'm not going to dwell on it. But they're not really letting people get out of the city. They're bombing residential neighborhoods.
That was fun. I have to say, I'm still partial. I'm still partial to the first time when we did it, and we did it to Ape Father, and it took him like 5 minutes or so. And I got to get Ape Father on here, guys. He wants to come on the show, and I'm gonna pull him back on. But um, uh, it was just he was priceless. He was absolutely priceless. Took it so well, and what a sport, man! I tell you, I think that's one of the things that I think I like the most is when you see the click, like the gears turn, and somebody goes like, "Oh, this people are." This is just something that they're just doing. It's not really like it's not meant in malintent or anything like that. And I think you know that's I think it's great. I just love it. I love to see the reactions, and that's cool, guys. You guys did good. Duncan posting a sign from Facebook. Let's see what it says here. I gotta show this to you guys because this is funny. Wait. Here we go. 2 weeks. That sir is going to go behind me in tomorrow's show. That's gonna go behind me for sure in tomorrow's show. I'm gonna get this green screen back up, and that 2 weeks that's gonna definitely go on the back of the screen drop. I'm saving that. Good find, sir. Very good find. Dude, the first time was so funny. Who was the second person that we hit? It was Short the Vix. We hit Short the Vix, and yes, BG. It's exactly what it's from. It's from the movie Money Pit. I can't think of a perfect example of. I remember as a child watching that because I was a kid back in those days. My parents were actually remodeling a house that was an expensive house, or was supposed to be an expensive house, and making it into like the Money Pit kind of thing. And I remember living through the constructions for just years and years, from the year that we moved into that house to by the time I graduated from high school. So 6 years of my life, I was living through construction. 6 years. It never got finished even while I was there. But AMC reminds me of those kind of things where, everybody says 2 weeks or they give you some kind of date or something. It's just like, don't worry about the dates. In the end, you're going to have the mansion, the full-blown mansion that's worth millions and millions of dollars. All you have to do is just put up with the time. That's it. That's all you got to do. It doesn't cost you anything to hold. Some people say it cost me to hold because I put too much money in. That's why you got to remember the golden rules. The golden rules: don't put more money in than you don't. Wait, son of a gun. I always mess it up. I got to read it. Only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Why? Because there's no pressure if you don't need the money. Remember that. That's a great golden rule to have in any trading, not just this play. Always. That's always a good rule. You are learning firsthand how manipulated this stock market is. Don't use money that you can't afford to not have right away. Don't use it. Take care of you first. You got to take care of you first. Brian's like, we got to do more. We'll do Wolfpack another time. I don't know Wolfpack well enough. Well, actually, I didn't know half the people we were doing uh, the first time. So, um, I mean, I knew who they were, but I don't know them personally. So I kind of felt bad because like Short the Vix immediately banned not Joe. He immediately banned Joe and then all of a sudden everybody else's 2 weeks started rolling because I think Joe was the second or third person to come in with the 2 weeks. And then Short the Vix is like, that's it. I haven't done a ban in a really long time, and he banned Joe. And then everybody started coming in with their 2 weeks, and he's like, oh, something's happening here. Wait, I gotta undo this ban. So he undid the ban. It was beautiful. Yes, that's also from the Total Recall movie as well. Yeah, it doesn't matter if we're right or we're wrong on the 2 weeks thing, right? I mean, it's not. The whole point of it is that it doesn't matter. And that movie was a hilarious movie, especially if you've lived through something like that. What was next? I was going to check something else out here. I had, I think I have oh, I wanted to tell you guys, Dave Lauer, I sent him a message. Dave, small YouTube channel here. That's how I started it off. I just let him know right up front. I ain't got nothing to offer you. AKA, hey Dave, ignore this message because, I might be too small for you. Watch, he's like watching right now and he's like probably laughing. As an AMC promoter, I'm documenting history, and my viewers have requested that I ask you for an interview. The one on one live interview usually takes 45 minutes. I provide questions in advance. I typically let the audience ask non scripted questions for you to choose to answer. Because I am a non monetized without intent to ever be monetized, I would ask only that you refrain from promoting anything specifically other than yourself. Let me know if you'd like me to send you a message with further details. We'll see what he says. I sent it, you guys requested it. I have a list of other names that you've requested. I did send out, believe it or not, Ellen. I have contacted through multiple means. The only one I was not able to get through to, which I thought I would probably be able to find access to, was her email through AMC Direct through the company. Unfortunately, that email got rerouted and was sent back to me. So that didn't make it to her, but I did contact her through two other means. I'm not going to say what they are, but I did contact her through two other means. We'll see if she gets back to me or not. Ellen Kopakin. That's um, the new employee from Frito-Lay slash PepsiCo, I think. She's the director of marketing, director of marketing operations, I think. I think something like that. I might have had it wrong. I might be wrong on that. Tony is set up for. I just got to get with Tony as far as Tony Gennaro as far as dates goes. I think we're going to be setting up a date here, and then I've got a list of other people to interview, like Pantheon. I'll reach out to him because I mean, I don't see why he wouldn't say yes. Um, you guys want me to do a roundtable with price predictors? You guys want keto, Duncan? Well, Duncan, we should have Duncan on too if he wants to be on. We could do keto, Duncan, Eric, and Monty and myself. We could do that. Ape Father has already agreed to come on. New York Angelo, I don't know him and I have to contact him. Common Sense Investor or Boss Blunts. Massalorian, I'm going to contact both Massalorian and Pantheon later today. Mr. Books was another one. TWE, I'm almost positive I can get TWE to come on. That's almost a given. He's a good guy. Rico, Colin Gladman, and then of course David Lauer, which I've already contacted. So I'm going to start reaching out to some more of these people, and we'll see if we can't get interviews live with some of these individuals. See what's going on. Thank you, Wendy. Buck says, "Can I get an accountant?" In regards to what? Boss Blunts? Yeah, I'll reach out to some of these individuals, guys. Kind of like to take like one or two at a time in chunks, just because we're getting a nice little rip here. I don't want to schedule out too far for time. CPA. Well, here in the United States, Buck, tax shelters. I gotcha. What's your So I know exactly what you're talking about. In fact, my dad had told me, he being a lawyer that he was, before he passed away, he said that if I ever came into money, one of the things that I should do is I should start a LLC, and become a nonprofit organization, um, invest or donate the money to the nonprofit, and then have the money distributed through the nonprofit organization, um, as employees slash um, board members of the nonprofit. It sounds super shady to me. It sounds really super shady to me. If you want to get a tax lawyer, or a CPA, both of those I think would be able to help you set up something like what I just mentioned. It's I don't want to give you advice. You need to do, it's your money, it's your choice. You need to do what you think is best for you. I personally think I probably just avoid all that. I love my dad to death, but I don't think I want to run the risk of problems down the road. But there's definitely people out there who can help you with those kind of things, and it is a subject matter that I wouldn't mind talking about. I don't have a problem talking about it. Brian says Tony makes me fall asleep. Sometimes I help. Who was saying they go to sleep listening to me too? Apparently I'm good for that as well. Getting a nice rip here. Super nice rip. Trying to get us back in the green. It's not even our power 15 minutes yet. Our typical power 15 minutes comes in another 3 minutes from now. I just want to say that we are crawling up this Bollinger Band pretty heftily. So at some point it's going to have to cool off a little bit. Unfortunately, we're just underneath um, green price movement, or a green day, just underneath it. Lots of volatility here. It's definitely some nice volume too. 123, a 309. Some of these are really close. These larger candles, columns of volume are 300,000 shares almost, or higher. And some of these others are in the 150 range. So we're definitely getting that last minute push of the end of the day for that we normally typically see. Geo, you'll know the difference. There's a massive difference between ripping. Like you'll see when this thing really starts to take off like a rocket, what you're going to see is you're going to see the price movement above this Bollinger Band, the upper Bollinger Band, which is going to be very unusual and rare to see, but it will happen. And there'll also be points to where the circuit breakers are tripped as price is moving up. This is a learning channel, Maggie. I'm learning, you're learning. Hopefully we can all learn something together. And I always say that there's no such thing as a dumb question on this channel unless you ask it twice. I'm gonna have to start keeping track who asked me if it's a kitchen sink. I'm gonna write you guys down. I'm gonna write you down. Is this the kitchen sink? I'm gonna say okay, that's your one. I'll be like, no, this is not the kitchen sink. And then you ask me again, I'll look at my list. And I'll be like, oh no, sir, you've asked me before. That is a dumb question. Yeah, what Phineas said there is absolutely right. I really do feel like what you'll see a little bit of a stair-stepping action. Very typically speaking, what you'll see is an ascending parallel channel that occurs that breaks out going up. And when that happens, you're like, oh, that's unusual. So then usually it forms a secondary parallel channel, again, stair-stepping action going up the parallel channel, and it'll break out going up out of that one. When that happens, that's very unusual. And that's when you're going to start seeing the rippy rip. So that's really what we're kind of waiting for. Do I charge for free advice? I don't charge anything. But I don't, if it's questions that I don't feel comfortable answering, I won't answer. Yes, you should have a prenup. I'm just kidding. Totally kidding. I don't, this, Buck, if there's anything I can do to help you guys, I'm helping myself. By you being successful, it makes me more successful. We're all in the same play together. It literally makes me more successful to make you more successful. I can't stress that enough. And I really, really, really want to see us all be successful because if we're all successful, it means more damage and pain to the institutions that has absolutely crushed us for decades, decades upon decades upon decades. And they need this crushing. Our economy needs this crushing. And the reason that it needs it is because it needs a reset, it needs rule changes, and it needs to be fixed for our future generations. It's not just for our own personal gains. There are many other things that need to be fixed about this. If we all walk away with if we all walk away with $100 a share, it will be the biggest disservice to our future generations going forward that we sat here for over a year, some of us for over a year, and didn't fix things. We have to fix things. And it's not just for our country. Because guess what? Half these names in this room, I wager to say, half these names in this room are people from other countries. They're here to help us fix our system that's broken. Best crops grow after the earth is scorched. Man, is that true? Geo, you're absolutely welcome. So hopefully you looked those Bollinger Bands up. I'm just going to tell you a little something about my Bollinger Bands. Typically speaking, Bollinger Bands come in a 2 sigma. So if I come in here and I click on the Bollinger Band setting, you'll notice that I have mine set up for a 3 sigma. Typically, this is what a normal Bollinger Band would look like, and you would see that most of our data points here are outside of the Bollinger Band. I come from an engineering background, and for me, 99.7% of your data is supposed to be within your 3 sigma. I'm used to seeing it that way. So I set mine for a 3 sigma, and I feel like 99.7% of the data that we see inside these Bollinger Bands should be within them. And if they're not within these Bollinger Bands, then there's something wrong, there's something abnormal happening, and there will be a correction. As you can see here, most of these points here were flagging either on or over the Bollinger Band, and so you could see a 9-point TD sequential flag occurred, sorry. And so it looks like it's trying to have a price correction to get back down to the simple moving average. But there's a lot of buying pressure going on right now, as you can see through the volume. So it may not even have a chance to be able to make it that far back down. But typically speaking, a trend reversal would make it at least back down to the simple moving average. Geo says Canada in the house. Why does the green candle jump? Because there's so much buying pressure. There's so much buying pressure going on that it's jumping. That's why. Let's end green for Casey, Steven says. It's not me, guys. It's statistics. It's simply statistics. You know, if you crunch enough numbers, you'll find patterns that repeat, and it has nothing to do with me. You just have to crunch enough numbers to find it. You have to find the patterns. No, unfortunately, I can't. It's $90, sir. $90 or Christmas, whichever comes last. It's not just Canada, I want to let you guys know. We have people in here who are supporting us from all over the world. All over the world. I can't even begin to tell you guys how many people we have in this channel who are here on a daily basis that are from all over the world. All over. I don't want to say from where, but I'm just telling you, they're all over the entire world here to support this movement. That should be empowering. Very empowering. I know, right, Steven? I might just have to. All white for Christmas. Or I'm just a young Santa Claus. I'm okay with that. You're crazy, Dan. You're crazy. Welcome to the crazy club. Yeah, it was just buying pressure. Maggie, as far as your question goes, do you see how much volume that was occurring right here during these minutes? Look at the volume in contrast to the rest of the day. the amount of buying pressure that occurred during those minutes when the price really started to move. Let me get rid of these Bollinger Bands to kind of make it a little more obvious, but you could see how low volume was, and then it really started jumping as soon as volume started coming in, and that means that we had a lot of buying pressure, just massive amounts of buying pressure. The one thing I do want to note, guys, is that kind of that worst case scenario kind of situation occurred. So we did indeed have two touch points here at the top. We have two touch points now here at the bottom. So we do have a bearish triangle formation that if I were to put a time on this for a breakout, it would probably be sometime tomorrow around 1 p.m. Maybe a little bit after. 22. So what we may see have happen is it climb up to $16 and then we may have consolidation. If we break out out of this pattern, then something else is happening, a bigger picture, and that's what we'll have to take a look at. I would put the breakout in this time frame. So somewhere between 1330, no, I'm going to move it to 1300. Somewhere around 1300 tomorrow. I like that. Potentially. I hear you, Dan. No, I haven't seen it, Stone 23, but let's take a look at it. We got some time left here before the end of the day. Let's take a look at it real quick. .55% for cost to borrow. So borrowing is really, so their utilization's at 100% first off. Cost to borrow is, their average is 1705. Shares on loan is 19.82. Their estimated current short share interest of the free float is at 21.68. They've got some good looking numbers here. Oh yeah, look at that spike right there in security lending volume. That's nice. The only thing left that, in my opinion, the only thing left that we're waiting to see happen is a massive spike down in on loan average age per day and potentially on loan amounts dipping as well. That's the only thing that I see left from stopping from these from running. Which would be essentially hedge funds closing out as many positions as they can that are in the money and preparing for the worst. Which we've seen happen before. Yeah? You see it? It's absolutely happened before. I mean, we're basically waiting for the same thing. Guys, it's that time of the day. Unfortunately, and I actually even kind of took it into longer than I should have. It's that time of the day though. So let's wrap this up here. Let me not blast you guys out. I'm ending the show a little bit later than usual, so this is not going to time out well, but um, it is that time. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another day. Be ready for it. Spend time with your family, spend time with your kids, spend time with your dogs, your pets, your whatever. Friends. Friends is another one. Go out and do something. Prepare yourself for tomorrow. Whatever you do, though, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Okay, you sound good.